All right. Hello, 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 and welcome to all of you wonderful one peoples who are here in stream right now. Candace. Hi, Candace. Oh, there's also a underscore lonely underscore girl. Welcome
That's also
in.
me.
It's Candace. Okay, so welcome to session number 48 of the Wildlands. We are going to kick this off. Happy holidays, by the way. This is our first post-Christmas, post-New Year's game. We're super pumped for it. I'm super pumped for it. I don't know if you're super pumped for it, but I'm pretty fucking excited because I like D&D, and this campaign is really starting to get crazy. And I put a stupid amount of additional detail and depth into the quote-unquote dungeon where these folks are now, which is awesome. At least I like to think so. So we're going to... Sorry, it's bugging the fuck out of me. Last time I... There we go. That's better. So anyways, so yeah, put a lot of extra detail into it. We got a lot of really cool things going on here today. So sit back, relax, enjoy yourselves. Please remember, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the stream when we are playing, but yeah, I know that you're here, and I appreciate y'all, and I love y'all, and I thank y'all very much. Also, if you're interested, we're gonna be playing until 4 today. We'll take a break at about 2 p.m. That's so Candace and I can get the kids up and get them situated in one of the older kids' rooms, and then we'll be done at 4. And tonight, Candace and I will be back from 7 to 10 p.m. Candace playing Baldur's Gate 3 as she was cooking last night, and I'll be continuing the first chunk of the mission that opens the world in Cyberpunk 2077. So, without further ado, my friends, I am jumping back to the crew. Okay. Uh-oh, did we lose Kurt?
Kurt, are you here?
Can you just shoot him a message on Discord and see what's going on? Okay. While we're waiting for that, let me go ahead and do a quick recap from last session. Because he was in roll 20 and then he just vanished. So,
There he is.
oh, okay, cool. All right, so December 2023 part 2. So the group rested and spent the next day planning out their next moves. They met with Mylar, obtained some simple replacement gear for Sybil and Ulrich, and then purchased a magical longbow for Gartok. The group then decided to spend some time, meaning most of the day, helping around the city while Gartok took to the river to hunt. Night came and the group rested once more. In the morning, they decided to move forward with heading to the pyramid of Namari Kotepik. Ulrich cast a teleportation spell and succeeded, but with a minor mishap causing the group to take just a little bit of harm. The pyramid was in shambles, clearly destroyed by the World Breaker and its cult. Corpses of thousands of people lay scattered around the rubble while hundreds of vultures circled above head. The group searched the area and eventually found the entrance to the underground location of Octavius's lair. When they descended, they were met with a door, a green door, in fact, and a phrase upon it that suggested it needed a life-giving entity in order to allow passage. Safe passage, I should say. Winnie passed out 500 gold piece diamonds, including a couple lower value ones, to everyone in the group and got through successfully. When they entered the clearly quote-unquote abandoned dungeon, Sybil went to work identifying the strange... Sybil went to work identifying a strange occurrence. Every door was unlocked and untrapped. Suspicious as fuck, boy. Yeah, and that's where we left off. You guys had just finished looking at all the doors in this room. And now, mind you, you did not check this little doorway down here, but this was open. There was no door there. And actually, I can reveal... Let me just reveal a little bit for you, just for clarity's sake, because you can see that down that hallway, it does eventually end with a closed door, but not very far down. Okay, so... With that being said, the group, and I will read this out loud because there were some really awesome moments that I was taking notes on last time. So, first and foremost, we've got Ulrich's kind words. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I had taken specific note of it, like, right at that moment, and I gave you guys 500 XP for that. The nat 20 during the surgery, I mean, you can't deny extra XP for that, so that was another 500. Ulrich / Winnie healing the soldiers and the captains and performing the reses and all that. That was 500, and then everybody got 500 just in general for the experience of games. So everybody earned 2,000 experience. So right now, Ulrich, you're at 100. Actually, you're at 123,231. Little out of order, but it could have been cooler if we would have swapped two of those numbers. Gartok, I'll send him his note. Sybil 107,179, and the rest of the party at 117,904. Now, with that being said, so I've had a couple of weeks here and a lot of extra time, being that it was winter break and all, for the kids to figure out kind of where we're at since we've been running this campaign for 3 years and some change now. To kind of see where we're at with what story I have left to tell, with where you guys are at as far as the overall progression is concerned, and the the main arc of the campaign. Now, it could go any direction, but I am currently estimating that we are in the final 25% of this campaign. That's kind of like the trajectory with what I'm seeing, which I know it's crazy. The shit comes up fast. But I think that we're probably there. My guess is that we probably have somewhere in the ballparks of another, I would say, between 20 and 30 good sessions left before I think, if we continue at the current pace that we have been we've been going, which puts us at somewhere between another year to a year and a couple months. With that being said, I think that it is probably at the time, and I did this in campaign 1, and it helped me as a DM exponentially, because the way character advancement works with XP going into the higher tiers, it is really hard to justify unless you guys are doing nothing but nonstop combat XP awarding. So we are officially going to make the move to milestone at this point. I gave you guys the XP so you can kind of see where you're at, and you can leave it at that point, but moving forward, I will make sure that I note, hey, we did this excellent role play, or there was this really cool moment. I'll make sure that we have that in notes for each session, but we are going to make the move to the milestone system just because it works so much better to me and for me. And to give you guys an example, moving from level 14 to 15 is a 25,000 experience shift, and in order for you guys to do that just naturally, it would take some, in my opinion, without doing combat just nonstop 4 hours every single session, we'd be looking at possibly upwards of 6 months for that to need to shift. So now I have a set of really important milestones for where this campaign is and where it will end, or where it could end. I guess it could fucking end this session. I don't know. But
we get another wish spell.
No, I wouldn't fucking do that. You guys are assholes with wish spell. Anyways, so yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now, though. So I figured I would share that with you, and we'll kind of move forward. Okay. With that being said, I don't have any more notes. Do I have any questions, comments, clarifications from anybody? And again, we won't have Lucy today, so.
I have a question. How dare he?
Yeah, I guess the resort they moved to in Africa doesn't have Wi-Fi. Who'd thunk it, I'm glad that he was able to play the last couple of Sundays, to be totally honest with you. Okay, let me go ahead and get some music going.
It might be showing the wrong screen on.
Oh, it is showing the wrong screen. Yeah, it's probably showing my my main screen. That's okay. I'll shift it real quick. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't give away all my secrets.
Well, it happens to me every friggin' Sunday, so I figured I would let you know.
There you go.
Perfect, okay.
Not like you guys saw much. If it was a surprise to you that there are things behind the doors that I have, then you are playing the wrong fucking game.
Oh, that's not empty spaces?
That would be pretty awkward, wouldn't it? Just open it up and it's just a wall. Like, who the
Just
fuck?
empty dungeon. Like,
Yeah,
there's nothing to do.
Who built this? What the fuck? That'd be the ultimate twist.
Just see a scrying orb at the end, and at the bottom of it just says "Ha."
Terrible. All right. So let me remember here. I think. So let me test this music. I don't know if this was the right one. Did not like that pipe organ. That was way too Curse of Strahd for me.
I was gonna say, that's something that you'd hear from me if you guys are in a...
It was, yeah, it was, I couldn't remember which one of these two. It's this one. Definitely this one. Okay. Okay, so, as you guys are kind of prepping yourselves, sorry, quick just reminder as far as day and time are concerned. We ended on the 27th of Jury at 5 p.m. And I believe you guys have gotten back to the normal pace of resting being at night, because I think there was like a hiccup about it during the day thing, so.
Yeah, we're off night shift finally.
Yeah, thank God. Okay, so as you guys are kind of preparing to go through this door, Gartok kind of stops for a moment as he eyes down the hallway, seeing it turn. He looks back up the stairway with the green kind of ethereal sheet glistening down from it like falling sand, and he says, in a strange twist of wisdom, he didn't say intelligence, but wisdom. He's wise as fuck. Actually, shit, he might be damn near more wise than Winnie. Yeah. Seriously. He points up at the falling sheet, though, and he says, I think I stay here for now. We open secret entrance so someone could come through and attack us from the back.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. When you'll kind of look around at everybody else to make sure no one else is opposed.
No, I mean, makes some sense. Like, it's good to have someone at the door, and in case we need to leave in a hurry, that way we know the door will be clear.
That's true.
I have magic moving. I stay hidden. And if you need, you come get.
Works for me.
And with that, he kind of like presses himself flat against the stone railing, which is solid. It's not like it's not like just a banister. It's actually like a stone wall with the banister built in. He kind of like presses himself down like against it. You see him draw the short swords that he has, and he just kind of like lays awkwardly like a gecko pressed against the wall, staring up at the door, and with his pass without a trace on, you guys kind of like look at each other for acknowledgement, and when you look back up, he is, I mean, he might as well not even be there.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine.
You hear him say, I be fine.
That's creepy when it comes from nowhere.
From nowhere, yeah. It's that's good though. Maybe if somebody bad is coming, he'll be able to scare them away. So where do we want to go? I think we checked the doors. The last time we saw...
Well, you had just opened this door, just for clarification.
The last time that we were in a location where things weren't trapped, it was hags, so I'm still a little anxious, personally. We want to just go this direction, and she'll point to the door that we opened.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. Just pick a direction and go, because, I mean, we don't have any information, so we're going to just have to pick up what we can from where we are. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? We find a group of hackers.
Why
You know
would
how that
you-
story ends.
I think it's still too soon, Ulrich.
Would you like me to go ahead and see if I notice anything?
When you'll look around toward Emig and Ulrich.
Fuck.
So, Sybil completely misunderstanding, like, the look. Just, scouting was something I did frequently with the guards. It's nothing unusual.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're the best suited for that, and I think if we have someone big like Amy right behind you, or not right behind you, but a couple feet back, start looking ahead.
No,
Okay.
Where I will struggle is if it gets too dark to be able to see. Respectfully, I don't particularly want to carry your light with me. And
No, I get it.
Defeats the purpose. And Winnie, I hate to be in a position in this, but do you have a bag of holding? Yes.
Yes, I have everybody's collective bag of holding.
Would you mind if I put the backpack that Ezekiel gave me inside that?
It's fine with me. She'll hold the bag of holding open.
Yep. She's going to just drop the, I don't even remember what it was. The Adventurers pack, I think? She'll just thud that in. It seems like it should make a thud, even though it's a bag of holding.
Is it the Explorers pack?
No, it's an adventurers pack. I
Adventures
believe.
pack? Okay. Always holding your purse, Cat.
Yeah. I was good, and then I got doppelgang disintegrated.
How much does that weigh? I don't see it coming up in D&D Beyond.
What?
Adventurers pack?
Yeah.
I don't see it coming up in D&D Beyond. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah.
So I'm removing that from my
Did
inventory.
you just type
and-
pack?
Oh, look,
Yeah.
I can move again.
Okay, Cat. What was that? What pack was that?
Shit. Say that immediately after I delete it. One
Was it
second.
Explorer or was it actually Adventure? Because I see Explorer.
Give me a second and I can look.
I'm guessing it was an explorers pack.
Unless it was a balloon pack.
What, like a drug mule thing?
It just says balloon pack.
It was an explorer.
Ezekiel also had Sybil holding his cocaine like this whole time.
I mean, that's one form of poison, I suppose.
Sure, of course you can carry this backpack with you. It has nothing extra in it. Don't look in the lining.
You know, we haven't tried putting, like, pure cocaine in the foul blades. That would stop a fight.
Did you edit? Okay.
But yeah, it's definitely the explorer's pack.
Okay. So the explorers pack whoop, disappears into the bag.
She straightens up now that she can actually move better.
Okay, Emig, do you want to follow behind her? Maybe Ulrich, you're in front of me, and I'll take up the rear, so that way nothing can sneak up behind Ulrich.
And Winnie does still have the light, by the way. I have it focused down to just being a little 5-foot radius around her because it was muddying up the map. But when you guys are in a room that's lit, like this one's already lit by these blue flames, I'm going to turn it down to that so that way it's easier to see. And if you get into a place that's total darkness, I'll pump it up a little bit so you can see where you're looking.
Okay.
Can everybody hear me all right, by the way?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right, good. Yeah, I will go behind Sybilbun, and I can see quite well in darkness, so I'll try to let you know if I see anything out of place.
Yeah, what is your range on that?
120.
Holy fuck, okay. Yeah, you're good.
All right. And she's going to move towards that, and as she like steps towards the door, her steps kind of slink into that classic roguey crouch as she goes to stealth down the hallway.
Okay, go ahead and give me a stealth check. Okay, noted, thank you.
Where'd she go?
You see her clear as day. She wasn't behind cover. That was actually technically a 32 because you were also inside of the Gartox pass without a trace radius.
I miss hide in plain sight. So when I get to the edge, I'm going to peer around it, trying not to put my full body in view in case there's, you know, things with ranged weapons trained upon that corner.
Sure. Now, just so you know, Winnie's light is illuminating everything in here, so you're no longer
I'm throwing
stealth.
shadows, yep.
Okay. Okay, and Sybil, how far does your how far is your dark vision?
What dark vision? It got disintegrated.
Yeah. It was owl. It was the owl goggles.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't see
Yeah.
shit when you peer down the hallway to the right.
Okay.
I mean, it's
So
black.
there's no torchlit anything. She's
Nope,
gonna.
there's nothing on the walls. You can see the light that Winnie is shedding, and so with that being said, I'll give you this.
She's going to.
Rude as fuck, I'm sorry, but...
Yeah, no, it's what happens. I will take being blind over being a doppelganger. So she's gonna
Astute.
turn back and just very, very low voice, just, I'm sorry, it's too dark for me to be able to see.
I'll try to quietly swap spots with you.
Alright, so Bloodmane, as you peer down... So Bloodmane, as you peer down the hallway, Little Miss can't see for shit in the dark. You're gonna put her to shame here real quick. You see a hallway, and the hallway extends down. The hallway extends down, you know, about 80 feet or so. You can definitely see like a door handle and an archway on the left-hand side of the wall, and then directly, I mean, literally, the whole whole hallway ends in what is very visibly another stone door.
I'll relay the information to the party. Basically, just say there are 2 more doors at the end of this hallway. Do we want to proceed, or do we want to go back to the main chamber?
Really hard to say because. Do you hear anything down the hall?
I'll try to listen.
Okay, give me a perception check. By the way, I feel really good about not eating pizza when we were there.
Me too. I ate the bite that Orion shoved in my mouth.
Yeah, my one good roll of the game.
You don't hear a fucking thing coming down this hall. More than that, as your devil sight kind of like focuses inward, and you attempt to pick up heat signatures within the blackness, you kind of focus on the walls, the floor, the ceiling. On top of not hearing anything, you are confident you do not sense anything false about this hall, including what could possibly be traps. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't, but you are very confident in not seeing shit that leads you to believe that's a floor is going to fall out or a wall is going to collapse or anything crazy like that.
I'll also relay that information to the party.
Okay.
So the question is, do we continue down the hallway and take the door at the end, or branch off into a possible room?
I say we continue down the hall. We've got Gartok back there, so it's not like there's no eyes behind us at this point.
Sure.
All right. I will head on down the hall. And I'll stop short of the first door there.
Okay. And just so you guys are aware, just as a quick reminder, because it's been a very long time since we've been in like just a traditional dungeon. Just a reminder about traps and stuff. So the way that the trap process as a whole works, and I'm saying this because I know we have a rogue, and I'm always cool and encouraging of people being cautious. But just so you know, so in order for the trap disarm process to start, it starts with a passive perception check that I make. Okay, if your passive perception beats the DC that I have listed, then I perform behind the scene an actual perception check for you. Okay, so the perception check procs the passive perception check or total procs a physical roll. If you succeed at that physical roll, which is typically at that same exact DC, that's when I will alert you, the player, hey, something is out of place here. That goes for anything hidden. Anything that would be under the passive. That's passive insight, passive investigation, passive perception. So what would happen then is that you would make an investigation check noting that you have spotted something. The investigation check, if successful, says, okay, yep, this is where it is, this is what it does, and this is what I need to do to disarm it. And then you make your dexterity check with your thieves' tools in order to disarm something, or, you know, however you plan on going about it. Sometimes you don't need thieves' tools, but just so you know, if anything does pop up, and you can actively perceive anytime you want. That's not an issue. But just know that if you have high perception, there's a very distinct possibility that you're going to pick it up regardless of you asking for it. Okay.
Assuming you can see it.
Assuming you can see it.
Dark.
Yes. Yes. And you know what? Sometimes that's not necessarily the case, because remember, perception is sight, sound, and smell. So, you know, if you, let's say, get close enough to a, you know, let's say it's going to be a fire blast trap, you might smell sulfur because there is some sort of chemical lingering in the air. Or if you get close to a mechanical trap that's constantly moving on gears, you might hear the soft tick, 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 like it's waiting in anticipation. So most of the time it's visual, not all the time though.
It's okay, I'm just gonna need the druid to teach me how to echolocate like a bat.
She's just walking around in the dark going. I actually saw a documentary, I kid you not. There's this blind kid. I believe he's also autistic, nonverbal, but he literally was born with no eyes, or they were removed when he was very young. As he got older and older, he started clicking. And now, in his like 20s or 30s, wherever he's at, he can navigate without a stick by just clicking, and he echolocates. I mean, he literally fucking taught himself. Is that not crazy?
Yeah, adaptation.
I love it. All right, so Bloodmane, as you come down the hallway, you can definitely confirm, and now you guys can see the stonework is exactly what it was when you had entered. Really pristine, especially considering like what this place is. The marbling of the floor, the black and white marbling of the floor, and then the stone structure that is making up the walls and the ceiling is very odd for this desert location. It doesn't make any sense that it would be here. This would be more of like like Moshumbik or Zlaneshi sort of thing, not a pyramid of Namarikotepic thing. So you get to the door. The door is give me 1 second. Okay, so yep, it's a stone door. It is in the closed position, and as you approach it, nothing seems particularly out of the ordinary. The one ahead of you is also a stone door. It is also closed. The only difference between the two of these doors is that the door to the left of you, where you have just stopped, has a large stone arch that makes up the ceiling. That's about it.
So this looks like a really tiny hallway. I wouldn't be able to scooch on past.
No, you can always friendly pass in a
Okay.
5-foot space.
All right, I just want to make
I
sure.
mean, unless
So-
Bloodmane's like, no, and fucking, and then we gotta start rolling some dice.
Well, that would be rude considering what I'm trying to do. So, she would scooch up, and then I want to actually cast Gift of Alacrity on Emig for the first time.
Wait, what the fuck?
This is the one that you were like, what the hell is this? It's there.
Which is probably why I just asked again, what the fuck?
You said you would allow it, but it's not typical. It's not standard.
Okay, so... So it's a first level spell. For the duration, they add a d8 to their initiative rolls. That's pretty
It's an
fucking
8-hour
cool.
duration, yeah.
Okay.
So you have to add a d8 when you roll initiative, Emig. And then she'd take her place back at the back of the group.
Okay, I'll give you a little footstep since it's the Gift of Alacrity. So yeah, when she kind of quickly mutters the incantation, and she reaches out, and as she touches you, she kind of breathes this heavy wind on you, and you, like, all of a sudden become hyper alert. Like, your head just naturally starts to work on a swivel as you are kind of looking around and anticipating.
All right. Do we have a preference for door choice here?
Maybe let's start with the closest one.
I would prefer not to leave a door behind us.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one right here.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, Bloodmane, so are you just gonna swing her open?
I may let Sybil try to take a look at it. I'll move to the other side of the door.
Understood.
And because Winnie makes everything very bright right now, she just lights up the room. I will use her to take a look at the door. So
Yeah, that's just to give you guys some idea. That's your light source there.
cool.
Okay.
So this is active perception then?
So you are looking at the door, yeah. So if you're just making a
Yes.
perception check to identify what's going on, go ahead and give me a perception check. Yeah, again, you look at it, and you would swear that this is a carbon copy of the door that was up in the very first room. It was the very left-hand door that had a stone arch above it as well. They look almost identical. Obviously, they're not the same door. Literally, they're not the same door, but it's pretty damn close to it. But you don't... It is unlocked, and you are growing more and more suspicious by the door. Doesn't look like there's anything worrisome here.
As before, I don't notice anything unusual. It appears to be unlocked.
Okay.
Well, I suppose I will go ahead and open it.
And she's gonna take a step back first
Good
before
call.
Nick does that.
Yeah, as you hear the ch-ch of the shotgun trap that's on the other side of the door. Hope you kids like buckshot.
No!
For the record, I do have daggers out.
Understood. Alright, so the door swings open and it reveals another hallway, but this hallway opens up into a 10-foot platform instead of a 5-foot. The interesting thing here is that there are also... there are bracing columns that are built into this hallway to kind of help keep it aloft, but they do not connect at the top. They don't create an archway. It's still flat. Down to the south here, you do see a doorway with a door that is closed. Over here, you see another door that is also closed, and then the path hooks up to the north right here. And there's nothing suspicious about this. Well, no, I say that actually, but now that I say that, I guess I sound suspicious.
That's exactly what somebody who's trying not to look suspicious would say.
Yeah, I swear. Wink, wink. There's nothing wrong.
Alright. Yeah, let's carefully move forward.
Which forward?
I can't exactly hide in your light, but I can at least go forward and take a look down the hallway.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about that. If we want, we could have Ulrich drop it, but then we won't be able to see.
I would prefer to be able to see. I'm not particularly fond of darkness.
So just so you guys know as well, and I'm gonna do this real quick. Whoops! Damn it! Give me a second.
I'm alone.
Sorry, guys.
So
I didn't mean to do that.
We're all alone together.
The graphics performance notification absolutely threw me off.
Yeah, it threw me off too. Sorry. Sorry, give me 1 sec. That's my bad.
Slight narrative description is that there is the very faint, like, tremor in her voice when she says that she's not particularly fond of darkness, as she reflects on.
Ah! Look away! Look away! Everybody, close your eyes.
I just minimized the screen.
Well, that's smart. Look at you using the old noggin.
That's my one for the day.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Sorry about that. It's one thing that they have not done is made this very user-friendly for moments where they have internal hiccups. Okay, let me get something dropped here. I want to just show you guys something real quick. Guess the jig's up, though. I was trying to make it seem like there was really nothing in this whole fucking place.
We know better. Don't worry.
I know.
This isn't our first rodeo.
Funny enough, I'm in my character sheet, so I didn't see shit. I'm okay with that.
I saw everything lit up and was like, minimize, go! Although not before I saw that there were rooms. Really wasn't
We knew
expecting
that already.
Hey, there we go. That's what I wanted to show you guys. So you see a blue light emanating from this hallway, coming down towards you guys.
Okay.
Just FYI.
All right.
And it appears to be like that same kind of ethereal blue light that you had seen being cast from from that main entryway.
Okay.
I mean, I can drop the light for now and then just recast it.
That's fine. That way we can do the sneaking stuff we need to do. She'll be able to see some, right, Sybil?
I mean, you're gonna fidget your way into the room, but you'll at least be able to see once you get in most of the way.
So she's gonna take a step forward so she's not trying to walk around a hall when things go dark, or walk around a wall, and then just whatever you think is best.
Let me know when.
Now?
Okay, and I'll cancel light.
Boop. And suddenly everything goes dark. Except for the ethereal blue flame light that you can see kind of dancing over in this direction.
Half to herself, she says, I probably should have mentioned I can't check the hallway in the meantime, as she starts quietly going forward towards the light she can see.
She like bumps into one of the columns on the side. You kind of hear, oh. Okay, so, yep. As you pass there, Sybil, you can see at least 5 feet in front of you. So there's a door directly below you right here, and then there's one over here.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go into the light and be able to see again, hopefully.
Oh yeah. It's, I mean, you can see into the light. So like the light is being cast dimly in this area, so it's not super hard to see. It's not like it's pitch black like that first hallway was. All right, let me go ahead and free up some space here.
I'll kind of try to tag along a little bit, so Sybil's not completely alone here.
Okay. Yeah, and the same thing goes for you, Bloodmane. As you're approaching, you can see that, and just so you know, all 4 of these are lit up. All 4 of these little orbs are lit up. I just dropped one physical one to give you guys an idea about where that radius kind of floods.
Ulrich, let's go.
It looks like it connects back to the main area.
Okay. There's another door here, though. Do you want to check that one?
Yeah, Winnie, there's one to the south of you and then one to the west of you. And then obviously the main door that you guys had looked at up front. And it does. It looks, I mean, and knowing your way around, you know, actually, why doesn't everyone just give me a survival check? This is just for my notation.
Oh no.
We didn't do one at the start.
No, we didn't.
Hey.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll take it.
hey. Okay, so it was anybody above a 10. So Sybil and Winnie, the ladies leading the way. All right, ladies, girl power. The only reason why I had you roll that is so that you can kind of have a mental map of where you're at. With that being said, the 19 and the 11 would pretty damn well confirm that with where you've moved, it's been a huge square, and that door is very familiar. So.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that definitely leads back to Gartok. Yeah, go ahead and check that door in the corner, Sybil.
Do we want to open it just so we have an open route, or leave it closed?
Why don't we at least look at both doors first before we start opening anything?
No, he meant the one back to the main room. My concern with that would be that Gartok might shoot at you.
What's the worst that can happen?
You
It
get
happens
shot.
to you multiple times. It has already happened, Ulrich. You somehow are here to ask that question still.
Literally, God's willing.
Literally.
Through Christ, all things are
While
possible.
they're bickering about whether or not Ulrich should get shot again, she can check the door.
Okay.
At this point, Winnie's opinion might be changing.
I'm glad I'm actually getting the bad rolls out of the way.
Okay. Yeah. So the door it is unlocked. It is seemingly untouched. There is no weird provocative strings or pulleys or levers or weird wall panels that you can determine.
She just kind of shrugs a little and then starts going back towards the other one and then says, Ulrich, would you mind? As she steps into the darkness.
Maybe put the light on her if she's not gonna. How do we want to do
please
that?
don't do that.
Okay.
I can put it on the spear again. I can put it on Bloodmane. I can put it on me.
Emig would probably be the safest option.
All right, where you want it, buddy?
So you
I
were
don't.
on it.
To be clear,
And
there is dim blue light here, Kat. You can see.
Oh, I thought that it had ended a little bit.
No,
sooner.
no.
It does. That was where the bright light was. So dim light
okay.
floods just a little bit past that. It's enough for you to at least see the door.
Okay, well, then I will do my roguey things
Okay.
again.
Okay, yeah. So this door is unlocked, made of stone. There's nothing really special about it except that just above eye level, kind of up towards like where the top third of the door would be, dead center, there is a stone relief carving of what appears to be a fountain with water actively pouring out of it. And with that perception check, you can also very clearly hear the sound of running water on the other side of the door.
Okay, yep, then she just... Oh, that's different. There's... I mean, it shows a fountain and I hear water.
That's interesting for a pyramid in the desert.
What do you think is coming out of the fountain?
I would hope that this is where they have managed their water source so that they don't have to venture out every day.
So not cheese then.
Like, I went dark when this was coming out of the fountain. She went
It's
cheap.
Winnie. It's Winnie.
Sybil's professionalism just short circuits for a moment.
God damn it.
We have that?
Sybil does, because she hasn't traveled with you.
Right, that's true.
Oh, right, we haven't broken yet. We've broken it yet. That's right.
Okay, well, do we want to check the, what do we want to do here?
This is something we've heard that's different, so I say we go where there's at least a different sound. Like, we haven't heard anything coming from anywhere else. We haven't seen anything. This is the first deviation from stone hallway that we've seen, so I think it should be a good idea to at least poke our nose in.
And when the doppelganger got lost in the desert before, all I could sense from it was just thirst. So having a good sense of where water is seems like a good idea.
Okay. Emig?
Yes.
Did you want to go through the door first, or would you like me to?
Okay. I'll go ahead and open the door.
All right, let me go ahead and get that opened up for you. All right, so the center of this room is home to an elaborate carved fountain made of white and blue marble. Unlike the other rooms, the floor tiles are an elaborate mosaic of different blues, whites, and grays. Crystal clear water gently flows through the fountain, creating a quiet place of peace in this dark underground tomb. And what you see is what you get. It is a out of place, aesthetically, fountain in the middle of this room that is actively from the top spurting, not spurting like huge fountain, just gently like a babbling brook kind of level of water that is coming off. It does not smell rancid. It smells fresh in here, like it smells like fresh water, which is actually is a good thing to point out here because you guys are so damn used to salt water. It smells very much like fresh water, and it is crystal clear.
I don't like this, Emig.
It makes me kind of thirsty.
Can any of you, do you have the ability to look for magic?
I do.
Laura goes to grab the wand and realizes it's gone. Oh.
That's okay.
Oh, that's right. Not the wand of detect magic, the wand of magic detection.
Right.
Right.
Bullshit.
When he steps in front of the door, in the doorway, I guess, and puts her hands over her eyes, opens, and I'm gonna use detect magic.
Okay, mark off your spell slot.
It's actually a racial feature.
Oh, hold on. Let me just make sure that there's no stipulations on it. Furbolg magic. Nope, you can just cast detect magic once a day. Okay, make sure that you mark it off on your racial tab. So, as you place your hand over your eyes and you kind of focus your Furbolg energy, you open your senses to the weave of magic. And as you look into this room, the floor tiles are mundane. The walls are mundane. In fact, even as you look back out in the hall, everything out here is about as fucking mundane as it comes. The fountain, however, is absolutely 100% magical. As you focus for about 10 to 15 seconds on the fountain, the fountain base, completely mundane. The water, very mundane. The little spout at the top, however, is absolutely pulsating with conjuration magic.
It looks like it's only that part. She'll point to the top part. His conjuration magic.
Probably something like a continue like create food and water, but just the water part.
Winnie, make a...
I know I'm not good at any of what.
Make a nature check. This is
Oh, I
a
am good.
druid specialty thing. And actually, go ahead and do it with advantage. Oh, you don't need that, but okay. I'll let you do it anyways. Go ahead, roll your other die. Fucking show
Still
off.
not bad.
So with the 23 and the 19, you've seen things like this before. Okay, so you guys have been to the oasis in the desert, which was run by a druid. It was not just an oasis because it was a pool of water. It was an oasis because a druid showed up in the middle of this fucking scorched desert and magically created and continued to maintain a pool of water to be an oasis for the inhabitants of said desert. So this is not necessarily, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still very out of place, but as far as like the natural world and the magic of the druids, this is a really smart fucking thing to have if you need people to drink and there's nowhere to get fresh water.
Okay. I mean, I think this is a legitimate water source for whoever is down here. I don't know. The oasis in the desert where where you guys took me when I had to be reincarnated. It was similar magic that created and maintained that oasis, so it's just something to keep in mind, I guess.
I'll say yes, that's something to, if we get thirsty, we got a place to go to. I mean, who knows? I mean, this pyramid is huge. Who knows how long we're going to be looking around in here, so.
There she is.
Yeah, I mean, we can leave the door open. That way we know we've been here if for some reason we get turned around, but I don't really feel threatened.
Do either of you, well, any of you have some chalk, anything that could be used, something like that? We can simply mark the path. I don't.
Well, for the two of you that rolled well with your survival, you are essentially mapping as you go. So what you have revealed on the actual Roll20 map is what you would remember is where things are. So just for clarity's sake, you just had to roll above a 10. So Bloodman and Ulrich are just along for the ride.
As per usual.
At least you're alive for this ride.
You're not riding a fucking bag.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, like baby Bjorning, dust in the backpack. Let's, maybe continue,
Uppies.
Do we want to go back to the other door to the south in the last hallway, or do we want to try to move forward this way to the west? And she'll point to this direction. Oops, I didn't mean to open it. This direction.
I think we should move to the west.
Okay.
Just because we're here and we can poke our head and see what's there and then make a decision.
Okay. So Bloodman, you swing that thing.
I'll swing that thing.
Don't stand in a line.
If I'm not in a line with him, then I'm in a line with you.
Oh god, why are we standing in these weird 5-foot bricks? What the fuck is wrong with us? Why is there no subtlety in our movement? She moves herself half and half, you fucking smartass. Oh boy. Okay, so the door swings open, absolutely no problem whatsoever. It's a 10-foot hallway, 5 feet wide. It's dark inside, but it stops at another door.
Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Turns out this guy's just a master door craftsman and just wants to build a house with as many doors as he can make.
Hell yeah.
They are remarkably fine craftsmanship. Pardon me, Emeg, and she slips past.
Dude, It's a funny feature, man. Like, the door was, like, closed, and I was trying to get my fucking tune in the hallway, and it wouldn't let me. I'm just slamming them against a
Yeah,
closed door.
that was Doc for fucking a year and a half. I was like, I can't get in.
Yeah, and the way these maps work too, they've got like integrated lines where all the walls are, so you can turn on the dynamic lighting. So if I have that door symbol closed, you can't move a token through it. Period. End of story. And then as soon as I open it, that's free fucking rain, baby.
It's because it's a push, not a pull.
Oh, damn it. Emig's just walking into the door and he just stops and goes, oh, it opens out. All right, Sybil.
The great old one gives much wisdom.
Giveth and taketh away. Yeah, underground is not the deep old one's fucking specialty place. All right, Sybil, as you enter, yeah, I mean you see the doorway, the door in front of you. It's stone like the others. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Yay, reliable talent.
So, as you are kind of like eyeing the other door, you don't see any locking mechanism on it. There's not even like a keyhole for it, so you assume it's open. It does not appear like this alcove is trapped, or there's nothing particularly suspicious. However, on the door in front of you, there is a small bronze placard, and give me a second. Yeah.
I'm not gonna be able to read it.
Yeah, there's a small bronze placard with something etched into it, but you're not familiar with the language.
I can't believe I'm gonna say this. Emig, can you read that?
I will go and take a look.
Email. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, fuck, you can read anything, can't you? Eyes of the Runekeeper. Okay.
Smartest barbarian I've ever met.
Okay, so while you don't understand what language it is written in, as you glare at it, your eyes glow this soft blue for just a moment, and the characters on the brass break apart and move and manipulate until it is written in giant in your vision, and you read it clear as day. It says, a proper place for a proper friend.
Ah, a proper place for a proper friend. Sounds rather welcoming, hey Sybil?
Sounds like it's either really friendly or it's like a grave or something. Or underground. I think I have trust issues.
I think we all do.
My first
Forward.
thought was also a grave.
I love that all four of us started talking at the same time. Do you hear anything?
Nobody hears anything particularly alarming. You can still, because the door's open behind you, you can still hear like the soft, like, babbling of the fountain.
Okay. Well, let's prepare, I guess.
Alright, I'm gonna Leroy Jenkins the store.
Boosh! Wake up, motherfucker!
Don't forget about your D8, Blood Main.
Yeah, I have advantage on those rolls too, so.
Hey.
Alright. So, this room is held aloft by 4 stone pillars that rise upwards of 50 feet before reaching the ceiling. The pillars have relief carvings that depict the life of what appears to be a man, from his birth at the very bottom of each pillar, to the center, where he is in his prime and entering the bottom chamber of a large pyramid, and finally near the top, his death and preservation in this chamber. In the very center, There is a single stone sarcophagi that lies quietly in the dark, and on the western wall of the room is a door that is closed.
If that door wasn't there, we'd be closing this bitch right back. Okay, so at this point, do we go back the other way, or do you want to continue through the ominous gravesite of a proper friend?
Do I get any? I don't know. What's the vibe of this room? Just a quiet.
Make a vibe check.
Make an insight check. That's about as vibey as we can get. Also, Winnie... Well, never mind. Winnie's not in the room.
No, I'm too big. Unless I push past her.
It's quiet. It's quiet, and you know, most places that you've been where you have seen like, you know, like a mausoleum where there are like just sarcophagi laying out or coffins laying out, it's usually got like a really foul kind of like dingy smell to it, like musky and musty. You don't get that here. It's not. It's very neutral. This room seems very much untouched. But the relief carvings are cool as shit.
My detect magic would still be up, right?
That's why, yes, it is up. But you weren't in
If
the room,
I
so.
stand here, am I able to see? If
I
not,
think it's
then-
only a 30-foot.
Oh, you're
right?
right. Yeah.
So yes, you can see this pillar, and no, there is no magic.
Let me just peek really quick while I still am useful with peeking.
Oh, you can friendly pass. It's fine.
Yeah, she doesn't want to step in though. She's scared.
Okay, so let's see. So you can see 5, 10, 15. So you can see the sarcophagi. Definitely no magic whatsoever. The stone carvings, no magic whatsoever. You can see these kind of like clay jars and like a little basket sitting up over here. No magic. You sense no magic emanating from anywhere in this room.
Okay, it makes me even more nervous, but I don't see anything magical in there.
So why don't we just stick to the edge, avoid going near the sarcophagi, and try and just go to the door and not touch or disturb, and sure not take anything.
Make it as mundane as you can, fellow DMs, and
Okay.
scare the shit out of them.
Don't touch anything. She's gonna look at Ulrich.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
It's a body, you freak!
As he flips the fucking lid off like a table in a bar brawl.
So touch everything. Got it. Are we moving through? Are we going back? What are we doing?
Yeah, let's
I think through.
through,
I feel
yeah.
Is it lit in here as well?
Nope, there's no lights on the walls. You'll see the little orbs or flames or whatever that have like a blue glow on it if it's lit.
Okay.
So
we're
yeah,
just
it's dark
figuring
in
out
here.
how blind I was.
Oh, you're pretty fucking... Well, where you're at right now, you can see because there's still the light coming off of this structure up here. But yeah, it's pretty dark.
But if we're going through so I don't hit anything, she just kind of looks to Ulrich.
I will cast a light spell on my holy symbol, so it'll be on me.
Okay.
So nobody wants it.
Boop. All right, so with a quick prayer, the holy symbol whoosh, flashes to life. And now you can see everything I've already described in detail.
I'll kind of walk by the jars and the basket. I'll glance. To see.
Yeah, as you
in the
glance
basket.
as you glance down at it, there is like dust, like a big pile of dust, what appears to be dust, in the basket. Go ahead and I'll just give it to you. It looks like there was probably some sort of food in here at some point in time, more than likely a grain that over a very long period of time just deteriorated into nothing. The jars are closed, but there's nothing special about them. They're just clay jars about, 1.5 to 2 feet high. They have a lid that is bound with some sort of like hempen rope and then like sealed with like a wax.
Okay, I'm going to continue on to the door.
Okay. You approach the door, a stone door, much like the one that you guys entered from, and yeah, there is There's not a whole lot to say about it. It's a fucking door.
I feel as long as we don't disturb this place, we might be in okay shape.
Ulrich, as long as we don't disturb this place, we should be in okay shape.
So I shouldn't play knock knock. Who's there?
Do not touch.
Mildly terrifying. Okay, so the door just looks like a stone door.
Yep.
I will try to open it.
Okay. And the door opens into a very similar 10-foot hallway, just like you guys had seen entering this chamber, and it leads to another closed door. This closed door also has a small copper placard on it. Bloodmane, as you are kind of glancing at it from where you are, it's easy enough to see it, but you step a little bit closer, and as you look, again, it looks like jumbled garbage, but as the eyes of the Runekeeper kind of snap and the blue glow flashes, the characters break apart and reform themselves into giant script, and it reads, the literal translation is Room of Reflection.
A room of reflection. This is a rather thoughtful place.
Either that or it's gonna give you... We're gonna get confused real quick as soon as we walk in there.
See, I love having tortured you guys for 3 years with hags, because now it's like the most mundane shit is just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is hilarious.
It's a mirror, kill it.
If we see... oh man, if we see two of anybody... Here we go again. Do you hear anything on the other side of the door? Do you want me to listen? You want to listen?
Probably a stone door, so I doubt it.
Yeah, you don't, not from where you're at, no.
Okay. Sybil, are you able to look it over?
She had already started to move.
Okay, Sybil, give me an active perception check, please. 21. You're starting to get anxious, even in its most mild of forms, because you've watched the adventures of yourself in this group forever. It is unlike any entity to build anything of importance and not at least lock a fucking door. So it is a mundane stone door. It is unlocked, and you do not sense anything fishy about it.
So she gives it a once over and then kind of pauses and turns back. When you were traveling together, you were actually encountering traps and horrible, twisted things everywhere you went, right? That wasn't just another form of torture they showed me?
Yeah, no, we definitely were. We were definitely dealing with hags, and that was the constant. Welcome to our turmoil.
I ate dirt.
I had chalked that up to something that it ran out of other things to tell me.
He ate dirt for like 2 months.
You know, he definitely did, and I kept that a really good secret. Even I'd like you to know I did not mention that even once to anybody else.
All right. Well, this door seems like all of the others, and I must confess it's making me a little bit uncomfortable.
The fact that we haven't been attacked by anything and nothing's fallen on us or exploded or killed Ulrich is very concerning.
Rude.
What was this place used for before?
Would I know that?
Make a history check.
May I also attempt it?
Yeah, anybody who's in anybody who's thinking back on just the world.
Yeah, we didn't do much desert performances, apparently.
Ulrich, do you know?
Oh shit, Bloodmoon. That's not bad. So,
No.
So even with the highest at a 16, as you all start to think about it, collectively, the only thing you guys can come up with is that you guys didn't really ask any questions about the entity who supposedly took to this place. So nobody has an idea. Now, what you can surmise is that, as far as the pyramid is concerned, the original founder of the pyramid, Namare Kotepik, did die in this place. Like, he didn't ascend to heaven. He was a man, and he did die here. So it's possible that this is just a resting place for him. But this, again, the things that are here are absolutely not of this region, and nobody ever spoke of, in your knowledge of history, nobody has ever mentioned that he was actually buried here or that the entrance was hidden away. Because the entrance was very, very, very well hidden. You guys got lucky because part of the entrance that revealed it was crumbled in when the World Breakers smashed the pyramid. So this is an oddity.
Well, this place doesn't seem defiled. I don't think any of the followers after the World Breaker came into this place. I don't think they found it.
Or maybe they didn't have diamonds.
Very.
Or they came in here and unlocked all the doors just for fun.
Or maybe somebody else has already... Let's stop theorizing. Do we want to go through the door?
It's not
I
great
do,
to theorize when all you want to do is think of worst case scenario. So yeah, let's just.
Yeah. We're gonna get ourselves in a dark place.
Wiseman
already
once
are.
said the only way out is through. So
As Emig says, we already are. Winnie is saying at the same time, mentally. All right.
All right.
I'm going to open the door.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Oh.
If it's another hallway, okay. I was like, I'm going to eat this banana peel.
look, you guys gotta understand, hallways is what literally connects everything, even in modern society. So having a hallway is not a bad thing. That's normal.
Not,
Um,
no hallways in this house. Baby.
Just butt to butt, baby. Okay, so this small room is simply a quiet place for reflection and thought. A set of candles with a blue ethereal flame lights the room. Aloft, tall bronze and golden candelabras. The statue of a man, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, faces a set of stone seats that would more than likely seat 4 comfortably. And in the rear of the room, there is a single closed stone door.
Did you say a man sitting across?
Yep, it appears to be the figure of a male, a small male. From the back, you can't really see a whole lot of detail, but it's definitely somebody sitting cross-legged and kind of facing the seats.
I want to peek around,
Okay.
see if I see anything magical.
So the 2 blue flames absolutely radiate magic, and that would be enchantment and conjuration that both emanate from the flames, but it's just from, like, the wick of the flame. The statue, the seats, the door, the walls, all mundane. And it's about that time that your detect magic fades.
Well, it served us for 3 rooms. I'm not going to complain about that. Okay. The only thing is what we would expect. That is very unexpected. The only thing that is magical are the wicks of those candles to keep the flame burning.
Does the man look like a statue of a man? Or
Yeah,
like
it's a statue.
Yeah, it's a stone statue.
Cool.
well, looks like we found our friendly door at the end of the hallway, or at the end of the room. So I say that's just the next step.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna go sit on one of the benches and actually try to use this room for what it was intended for.
Okay. Yeah, so you approach the bench, you kind of move past the flames and the statue, and as you sit down, although there are no cushions or anything like that, it surprisingly holds your weight very well, and it holds your form very well. And as soon as you're seated, you kind of like look upwards, and now you can see the statue. It looks like it is a gnomish man. He's got a beard, so tells you that he's probably aged. He's just sitting quietly. I mean, it looks like he's almost in the midst of a deep breath. His chest is kind of out, his hands are together, his eyes are closed, and his head is perfectly straight, like almost facing directly towards the door in the rear. And you find almost immediate solace. I mean, even though people are moving around and shuffling and stuff, it is a very, very quiet room, and this would be a good place to sit and meditate and rest.
I think Winnie would probably do the same and just to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you guys have been kind of on edge since you like got down here, which is understandable. There's no one saying that you shouldn't be, but this room is peaceful. It's odd.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take a moment to actually try and meditate and think about how we got here, how far we've come, and where we started.
Okay. So you guys take a couple of minutes, kind of take a few deep breaths. As that's happening, Bloodmane, I need you to make an Arcana check, please. Okay. As you begin to kind of inwardly focus and, take the meditative breaths that you normally take, you kind of feel an outside presence, kind of like a beacon hovering just above your shoulders, spring into existence. And as it happens, you begin to hear whispers. Familiar whispers, not spooky. Well, I guess your normal whispers are a little bit spooky, but it's not the normal, spooky whispers. And you begin to hear what you believe is kind of a translation about that page with the ice over it in your book. As you kind of focus on that, as you kind of jump between that and like your journey so far and your inward reflection, you kind of snap back suddenly without getting the last little bits of details on that book. But you definitely felt like your mind in this place of power was actively trying to work in decoding that iced over page. And then you come to, and you guys are there.
I'm gonna try something a little unorthodox. Hello, friends.
Sybil took a half step back.
I'm going to try to whisper to the statue and tell it, thank you for letting me reflect here.
Okay. Make another Arcana check. With advantage. Oh shit.
Better at that than I am.
So, as you whisper the thanks to the statue, for just a moment, you could swear that you see the lips on the statue move ever so slightly. And it's only to you, Winnie, you don't notice this, nobody else actually sees this, but you feel a flood of arcane sigils kind of spin through your mind. And as they do so, you kind of realize that the sigils that you were drawing into the page in your book to destroy the ice, you had reversed them. And that was the problem. That is why you could not break through. And you are confident that when you have another opportunity to sit and truly rest and reflect on the book, if you were to take those arcane sigils plus what was just whispered to you and reverse that order, you should be able to break through that page.
Okay.
Okay, and that's all I got for you. Literal breakthrough. All right, so what would you guys like to do?
I think, yeah, Winnie would stand up and, okay, should we continue?
I think so.
There is no writing or anything on, like on the statue. No
Nope.
nameplate or anything.
Nope, nothing.
All right, let us continue on.
Okay. So the door at the northern portion of the room here. Let me just jump to this real quick. Okay. All right. So you get to the door. It's about as mundane as it gets. It's a stone door. It is closed currently, and it does not appear that there is anything particularly fancy or different about it.
I'm going to mundanely open the door.
The door mundanely swings open.
No creak or anything.
Yeah, no creak. It's just very mundane. Just boop. And the door... Okay. So, you can see down the hall, Bloodmane, because obviously you have Devil Sight, or whatever the hell your cool sight thing is. And you can see a blue flame kind of emanating out of an open doorway that is at the end of the hallway that you guys are currently at.
Okay. I will move part of the way into the hallway here. About there.
Okay, so the interior of this chamber is home to a single stone sarcophagi. Unlike the one that you had seen before, which was very plain, I mean literally like nothing special about it, this one has been decorated. The top of it appears to be wearing armor, like it's been chiseled into it to make the outline of the entity in here, is wearing armor and holding a long sword that is facing down with both hands clasped around the grip. There is no head or helmet. It is just essentially like a suit of armor, and it is facing the sword is facing down towards what is a large closed stone door in an archway. And then there is on this wall over here a single candle hanging on the wall, giving off that ethereal blue flame. Now, the tomb, the sarcophagi, has got 6 stone latches on it, and each one of those latches from where you're at, even Bloodmane, because they're pretty large. This is a pretty big thing, and obviously it takes up like 12 feet. Each one of those stone latches on it have some sort of sigil active on it and kind of glowing, but you're kind of unsure of where you're at, what those might be.
Okay. I will try to relay this information as well, and I'm going to do so in as reverent a whisper as I can manage. I feel like this is a resting place and it should be respected.
All right.
Now we continue with that door. Backtrack.
Well, based on what I'm understanding about the layout of this place, it's probably going to lead back to Gartok. again, the fear of him shooting people who walk through doors.
Well, he's watching the main door. I mean,
Not just that, but he had his short swords drawn, so it's not like the door's gonna open and you're just gonna get popped with something. You guys know where he is, and he was laying down with his short swords out, so.
We can continue if we want to just make sure that we are truly going the direction I think we're going.
Okay.
Is the sword that you were talking about, is that also carved, or is that...
It is. Yeah, it's actually carved into it. It's part of it.
Okay, cool. Ulrich, maybe you... I don't think we should open this, but maybe if you want to look at these sigils, maybe you can make something of them.
I mean, I can try.
We'll kind of try to step into the room and get out of the hallway for a bit.
Okay. It's much roomier than it looks. The walls, because of the way that they're scaled and with the perspective we're looking at, are a little bit goofy. But, yeah, Ulrich, as you walk up to it, go ahead and just give me an Arcana check and do it with advantage.
Did it not go through?
Nope.
Great.
Mine was delayed earlier too, a little bit.
It's alright, though. I have you guys' thing pulled up. I should be able to see it. Yeah, I got the game log here. So you rolled a 7 and a 10. God, you are what the fuck? Yay for being a sorcerer. Okay, so the 10 is barely enough to understand it. These are sigils that are they're literally just carbon copies of schools of magic. Looking at so there's 6 latches, 3 on either of the long sides. The side that you are currently standing on, Ulrich, has the one latch is a sigil, is the sigil for the school of necromancy. The one next to it is abjuration. The one next to it is enchantment. On the opposing side, there is conjuration, divination, and illusion. They are active. They are active sigils, active runes, but they are not doing anything particularly interesting as you see them.
Well, I've had one room that had a continual conjuration of water. We've had a room, a resting place, could be necromancy, and a quiet contemplation room that could also be used for possibly like divination or something like that. Just poking that in my own head as of right now. Just kind of seeing themes in the rooms. Maybe there's something that just keeping that thing sealed. I don't know.
Okay.
It
think we-
sounds almost like the tower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Personally, I think
That's
we
as
need
good a
to.
guess as any, that's for sure. Better than anything I could come up with. The next door, that's just a... Does it look like a regular stone door? Sorry.
Sure does.
Okay. Should we continue and see what we see in the next area?
I think so. Don't disturb anything. But
Still have my hands in my pockets.
Okay. I think
Would
if
you
we
like me
treat the
to?
dead with respect, they will treat us with respect. That's the hope, anyways.
Okay. So yeah, you approach the door. If you are attempting to actively perceive, then you are more than welcome to do so.
Sybil's gonna come up to try and help, trying to not bump into the sarcophagus at all.
It's easy. There is much more room than it actually appears on here. So, yeah, no, it's a much fancier door than the other doors as far as like its intricacies, but it's, you know, same old thing. Who was that? Hey, Sam, thanks for the follow, buddy. Welcome on in. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to chat when I'm running D&D, but I encourage you to hang out for a while and enjoy the game. We'll be playing here for a little while. We appreciate you popping in. Okay. I'm sorry, did you say you were opening the door?
I did.
Okay. So, the door swings open and reveals a hallway that is another one of those long, kind of wide 10-foot hallways, which is lit by 4 orbs of ethereal blue flame, and then there is a door that is closed that looks almost identical to the one that you just opened at the end of the hallway.
All right.
The fuck was it? Who was it?
I'm looking.
I suppose we have a few more places to investigate. Shall we carry on and go into the main chamber? Assuming
Yeah.
that's where that leads.
I think so, because there was at least 2 smaller doors in the main chamber that we can now kind of get an idea of.
Okay, I'm
Walk
assuming.
up-
Yep. Go ahead.
Yep.
All right, cool. So yeah, the door, mundane as it could be, unlocked because you already detected it from the other side. No traps on this side either, so it appears. And the door swings open with ease, and you hear nothing on the inside.
If I'm right about the layout, that should be the first room we were in.
Yeah, he opens the door, and it's literally the first room you were in.
Yep, that was
I'm
fun.
gonna walk in and just kind of, without trying to be loud and obnoxious about it, just let Gartok know that we're here.
Okay, and you from behind the wall that makes up the railing of the stairwell, you hear, "Okay, I won't shoot. We're clear here."
Winnie would move over to this door since she knows what it is and open this one as well.
Okay, I need a dexterity saving throw. No, I'm just kidding.
Wouldn't
Wouldn't that be rude as fuck?
I got
That's
you
right,
trusting.
bitch. Nah. Door swings wide open. You guys have now opened the path to the southern area, so you guys are uncovering quite a handsome bit here.
Yeah. Do we want to maybe see what's over here now, or where Sybil is?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking let's look in these 2 little alcoves in here first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, doesn't
Alright.
matter to me which we start with.
Let's go. Since Sybil's there already, we can just start there.
Okay, Sybil, you've already investigated this door last game. Mundane, unlocked, untrapped.
She steps out of the way with a meaningful look at you, Meg.
Enoch will meaningfully open the mundane door mundanely.
I will meaningfully reveal what is before you in a mundane way. I'm done. This is. We're going down some.
therapy right now. What is
This is
happening?
dangerous Monty Python level shit. Okay, so the door opens. There's a little 5-foot like entryway, and then another closed door. The door in front of you, however, does have a couple of relief carvings on it, and by a couple, I mean at least a few dozen, and they are the different heads of different animals. This includes dogs, cats, birds, different reptiles, snakes, usually things that are like smaller, dog size or smaller, but they're like kind of sporadically all over the door.
Winnie,
What if
you want to look at this?
What
It's
if
the druid.
instead of different schools of magic, this was something representing the different styles, the different types of people that can manifest magical things? A room for prayer, a room for... She just kind of trails off as she doesn't know enough about magic to really finish this thought.
Room for prayer, a room for dead people, another room for dead people.
It's like, I'm not gonna insult anyone by finishing this sentence.
I'm gonna look at the the door markings really.
Yeah, there are heads of animals, probably
it-
about 2 dozen of them.
Okay. It doesn't stand out. Let's see. Yeah, it's not like druidic or anything. I'm not entirely sure what to expect from it, but this place has been pretty straightforward about what's behind it, so we may have a bunch of animals behind this door.
Then why are you walking away from it?
Because I'm not the one that's in the front.
No, but you're the one that's good with animals, assuming I understood things correctly.
I'm good with animals. I'll try. Yeah, sure. I'll open the door.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, it's a room full of puppies.
Meow, motherfucker. All right. So, Winnie, as you open the door, you can see that inside of this, so this chamber holds a large stone mausoleum, on the front of which are hundreds, literal hundreds of relief carvings of different small animals. The rear of the room is home to 2 blue ethereal flames that cast a soft, eerie light over the chamber. The front, meaning the doors to said mausoleum, are closed. But they're not completely, they're not solid. It's like iron grates that you would open and then you would go inside, and you can see like little, even from where you're at with the light being cast in, you can see little like slots, like, you know, I don't know if you've ever been in a mausoleum, but they're like kind of built up into the walls and whatnot. There's like a bunch of little slots with different things all over. From where you're at, you can't tell a lot of detail, but you can definitely tell it's a mausoleum.
Okay. Well, this is another resting place for friends, unfortunately. Many friends, it would appear. Pets.
Do you see any doors on the other side or anything?
I didn't.
Well, then no reason to disturb them.
Winnie will give kind of a sad look over her shoulder at the room as she steps away from it.
All right, so Bloodmane, you approach this door, the little archway here. This is a door that Sybil had not actually taken a look at before, because there was just kind of an open archway here. But again, it appears about as fucking mundane as it can possibly get.
I will try to open it.
All right. Give me just one sec. Sorry, something's fucked up on my end. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
It's goddamn. All right, before I open the door here, I'm going to just do a quick test and just tell me if you guys can hear me, okay? Okay, sorry about that. It looks like, so my voice mod, which runs all of my vocal shit, was being an absolute fuckwad. It wasn't speaking to the stream deck, and that was aggravating me. Anyways, so I'm not going to test that out. But here we go. Okay, so the door swings open. Okay, bear with me. I got to do a couple of things here. So, this room stinks of acrid bile. In the center of the room sits a massive cage that is bolted to the floor with 4 long chains. Along the chains and bars of the cage, faint blue glowing runes pulse in unison. In the cage, the form of a spectral troll perks up and looks at you as the door opens. Along the rear of the room are 2 blue ethereal flames mounted to the wall on sconces. In between those stands a massive metal effigy depicting what appears to be a male troll, standing nearly 8 feet tall, healthy, and alive. As the door swings open, the spectral form of this troll looks up at you. Its arms grip the bars, and you see smoke rising up and off of the hands. It yelps out and kind of rears back, holding itself in, and you hear, "You! You! Are you alive? Are you alive, friend?"
Emig, I think he's talking to you.
The troll switches to giant.
You! Is you alive? I need help. Come in, quick, before Master gets us with of this.
Who in giant I'll respond. Who is your master?
Master Octavius. You know, the big master. Well, he's new, but the big master. Quick, in.
Can I insight check this guy?
You fucking absolutely can. Yes, sir.
Am I able to do that as well?
You guys all hear it. It is booming. It's a fucking troll. It's like what you hear, the voice is screaming outside of this chamber.
But that was in giant, though, that he was talking.
Yeah.
The first bit of that, though, was in common. But yes, he did switch to giant.
Yeah, that's fitting, because the giant.
Oh god, a 0? What the fuck? I've seen negatives rolled, but a nat 0. It wasn't nat. Okay, so the 23 for Ulrich and the 15 for Winnie. If you understand giant, which Ulrich, I don't think you understand giant. So the first part of it, your insight tells you that whatever this entity is, because you haven't quite seen it yet, is fucking desperate. The sound of desperation, regardless of what it was in all of its strange vocalizations, was desperate. Winnie, even when it switched to giant, it referenced Octavius directly, which is a good sign. You heard the sizzle, but you didn't see it grab onto the bars. Obviously, it and Bloodmane, you saw it grab onto the bars and then kind of rear back like it was actually in pain, but you're not entirely sure what the fuck this thing is. But yeah, it seems sincere, though you haven't really talked to it outside of one sentence, so it's kind of tough to... But it did seem sincere about the Little Master...
Maybe we should move in. Just be careful.
So that statue on the back is of like an 8-foot troll.
Yeah, it's more like an effigy. Like, it looks like at some point in time it should have been, strapped up with, wooden bundles and straw and set aflame, but it has been metallically emblazoned now and placed behind it.
Okay, well, it does seem to be confined pretty well in this. Can I check the tile directly in that room, like in front of me? Just,
Yeah, absolutely. Give me an investigation check. It looks like all the other tiles. It's got that black and white marbling. It doesn't seem like it's false, but... Now, what you can tell that's a little bit different about these tiles, especially the one that's just kitty corner of the one you were looking at, is that there are 4 chains with massive, like, lags that are bolting this cage into the ground, and all up along the chain link that leads to the cage, including the bars of the cage, are all pulsing these runes in unison.
Alright, I'll step into the first spot there.
Okay. Nothing changes. The troll kind of looks like more desperate at you.
Yes.
Switches back to common now.
Oh, yes. Many friends. Yes, please. Come in. Close the door quickly before there's a master. He's going to get a whiff. He's going to punish. He's going to cage you, all of you, quick.
I feel like closing the door would be a poor choice.
Well, especially because Gartok's out there. He can get caged too.
I want to kind of glance behind and listen and see if I hear anyone or any movement or anything behind us before I kind of move up.
Okay, make a perception check. You hear nothing.
How long has it... Oh, go
Go
ahead.
into the hallway, sorry, but not entirely into the room because getting trapped seems like a fantastic idea.
How long has it been since you saw the little master? Long time or short time?
Time is fleeting. Now that I'm in this state, I haven't seen the sun in a very long time. No, not since before this master made me this. But I haven't seen him in a very long time. Weeks, maybe months.
Why did he do this to you?
Do you mean this?
And he grabs the bar and it sizzles and he kind of yelps and screams back.
Or do you mean
And he kind of looks himself up and down.
this?
If they are separate reasons, then I mean both.
The short of it is that little master found me when I was gravely wounded by the Empyrean. From acid, bolts made of acid. I could no longer repair myself. He promised me he would help me, he would heal me. So he brought me down here. I agreed to aid him in fixing things, lifting up heavy stones that he was too meager to do himself. But as the years went by, although he healed me initially, I became very old. I became scared to die, because I enjoyed living so much just as this master does. But he told me he could give me eternal life, and of course, I jumped at it, but when I saw my flesh fall from my bones, and I felt the coldness creep in, And I became this fucking monstrosity. I tried to run, and he was on me, quick, very fast for a little master, very fast. And I tried, I was very close to the green curtain, and he grabbed me by the ankles and dragged me back to this cage, and I tried to escape, and I couldn't escape, and I tried to fucking escape for what feels like eternity. Please help me out. Help me. I'll give you anything, I'll tell you anything, I swear it. I know, I've only been on the first floor, but I can tell you anything about what's up here. Please let me help break these fucking chains. Even if I go on to the afterlife, I can't sit here anymore and be a fucking spectral puppet to the master. I can't do it. Please.
Winnie would be, at this point, would want to look at the chains. What are they made? Are they also mundane by chance?
Give me an investigation check.
Hey, alright.
They are... they appear to be some sort of either iron or some sort of like iron alloy reinforced chains that are holding the cage, but there is a series of runes that run along them as well. Anybody who's interested in looking at those, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Just Kurt's face. Look at his face.
Okay, perfect. So, Winnie, with your Arcana and mixing that with your Nat 20 investigation, so you absolutely 100% are capable of identifying that the chains in the cage are enchanted 100%. You can tell that the way there's only 3 runes that repeat itself almost in a chain link fashion from the ground up to the cage bars, and then those spiral kind of downwards into the bottom of the cage. And you can see that these were definitely protective runes that were meant to trap an ethereal creature, meaning a creature that could go to the ethereal plane at any time and pass through physical matter. These bars and chains prevent that from happening. With that being said, you are also aware with the Nat 20 investigation that was coupled with a successful Arcana. By the way, DC was 15 on Arcana. You are capable of identifying that this magic with its potency can be dispelled, but it would require at least a 5th circle worth of energy dispel magic. But it could work. Or higher.
Okay. Ulrich. Don't do anything yet, but I think that if we do decide to free our friend here, we're gonna need your assistance with these chains.
Okay.
They're protected by magic, and it seems like it's a fairly powerful magic, 5th circle at least, so... But let's first discuss.
What is your name?
The troll stops when you ask him that, and he kind of looks down at you. And you see this absolute, raw, unadulterated confusion kind of creep across its brow. And then it kind of shakes its head and it looks up at you, almost pleadingly.
I've forgotten. Shit.
And it kind of looks anguished at that notion. Guys, we'll go ahead and we're going to pause right here. I know that the baby is up, so we're going to get the kids up and situated. So let's just take our break since we're at the 2-hour mark, and then we'll come back and determine the fate of our spectral troll friend. 10 minutes? Sound good for everyone? Is that a good pause? Okay. All right, guys. We'll be back in...
I gotta run Rocket out real quick, so I might be a couple
Yeah,
behind.
no problem. You take that goodest of boys and make sure that he gets what he needs.
Same, but it's snowing, so lady's going to be slow and
Ah!
company.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I
Ew.
forgot. You live in Wisconsin. Whew.
It is the first snow.
Oh, that's not bad.
Significant, so I'll
It's
take
like
it.
it's like 56 degrees here today.
Yeah, we drove to, we drove out of state last weekend, and it could have been miserable. So I will take it today. It's fine.
Hell yeah. All right, guys. We'll see y'all real soon. Alright, chat, since we got a couple minutes, how's everybody doing? Well, I've only been here for less than 5 minutes, and I think I did something wrong in that amount of time. You did?
You know, I'm back.
Sarah, what the fuck did you do wrong? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was being silly there. Was the voice coming through, by the way? Okay,
Yeah.
making sure that it wasn't all fucking...
I heard it. There were some parts that cut out, but you can still hear what you, like, you can figure out what you were saying.
I don't understand why it cuts out on your guys'
It's
end.
only
It's so
on
weird.
Discord. On the stream, it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's so weird.
I don't understand anything.
I'm doing good, bud. Doing good. Welcome on in. I'm glad you guys are all here. Happy to have you. Happy to be here on this happiest of Dungeons and Dragons days. Oh. That was a little dramatic. Sorry. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, that is fucking hilarious. Is that? I gotta sub to Candace now just for that. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, we're about halfway done with today's session, making some good progress, just so you guys on stream can see what these guys have uncovered so far. This is the dungeon as it were. It's not really technically a dungeon, but this is what they've uncovered so far. And down here is a undiscovered area. Right now they are dealing with a spectral troll. Seems like a friendly enough fella. Although he's pretty sad, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's sad.
Okay. Excuse me.
Did you want to do food tonight?
Could. Just depends on what
Yeah.
and when.
Yeah.
Because at night, I mean, I don't know if I'm feeling JJ's.
Yeah.
I was just feeling yeah, I don't know. We'll see though, maybe.
Yeah, we could even if we do snacks and some of those truffles,
Yeah.
something like later.
Something lighter is I'm like, but Taco Bell's open at 10.
Oh, Taco Bell sounds good too. I'd be down with that.
I would just hate to get it and be like, oh, this is shit.
Yeah, I mean that's a risk with everything.
It is a risk with everything. We'll take a look though when we're done with stream and see what all we got going on.
And Panda's always good too.
It's not always good. It's not always
That's
good.
true. That's true. The food, the quality is good. The quantity is rarely good.
It's true. That spicy shrimp that we had is
So good.
delicious.
What's that? You're bringing me spicy shrimp?
No. But I will thoughts and prayers you spicy shrimp. All right, so we'll just wait for the other two folks to show back up, and then we will dive into it. All right.
Speak of one of the devils.
Ding, ding, ding. Candace, I just saw your gif of the cheese fountain.
Yeah.
Good God. Good gravy, Miss Mavie.
Bloodmane, if you've got a cover on your camera, it's still covered.
No, it's not. I can see him clear as day.
Oh, can you? It's just black screen for me.
Refresh it.
Hold on.
Sounds like a personal problem, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Well, next time I won't say anything. I'll just let you be a fucking black screen.
I like being a black screen. Ever think about that? No, you didn't, because you only think about yourself.
Clearly.
Shots fired. Shots fired. All right, so welcome back. As you guys are speaking with this troll, spectral being thing, it has just finished kind of like looking at you, but in a very, very, very like confused and troubled, like almost like it's in turmoil, some sort of inner turmoil. And you had mentioned that you guys were going to kind of discuss to yourselves. It kind of sits back in the corner after being asked its name and telling you that it doesn't remember. It kind of sits back looking defeated. And yeah, it just kind of sits there and kind of looks at you kind of expectingly and, you know, awaiting.
I don't know what to think here. I don't like the idea of leaving him caged. I can say that, but
We're also missing a lot of information.
Mm-hmm.
We know what happens when we're missing information and we act without it.
Right. Do we continue to explore and come back?
I think that would be prudent, but we can probably ask a few more questions while we're here. Do you know why Octavius did this to you? Is he using you and your power for something else?
No. At least I don't think so. I asked him to do this to me. The little master was pursuing everlasting life for himself, and I've seen it. So I thought he could help me be like him. But my body reacted differently, and I became this. And I tried to run. I don't know why he didn't let me go. But he comes and visits me. He's not malicious usually. He's not evil at heart, I don't think.
What does he do when he visits you? Does he bring you something? Does he talk with you?
We have conversations about the days of old. The days from when I was alive. From the days when he belonged to the Imperium before he was banished.
And when he speaks with you, he does not call you by a name?
No, not anymore. I'm the big friend, and he is the little master. And that is our relationship.
Why did you want us to come into this room quickly and not let the little master know that we were here?
Because he's bound me here for so long. I'm afraid that you vanish like the other living ones who've come before you. His servants, his protectors, his friends, his experiments. I tried desperately to get them all to free me. I want to just leave this realm. I'm tired of living. I didn't understand what eternal life meant when the little master told me he could grant it to me. I'm afraid that if he hears you talking or me talking to you, he will grant you eternal life as well. I don't want that for anybody.
I'd like to insight check that.
Okay. Yeah, give me an insight check. Anybody who's listening is welcome. This is all in common, so. On both ends of the spectrum, it's about as believable as it gets. Ulrich, you definitely sound, you hear sincerity in here, and especially with your experience with like spectral and ethereal creatures and your knowledge of entities that no longer have like a conscience or even a conscience to tell lies, this entity is a prisoner, and it seems to you like it just wants to get the fuck out of here, just wants to move on. It didn't know what it was getting into, and it wants to get the shit out of here. It also seems very truthful about what it said regarding the Little Master and coming here for visits and just talking about, like, reminiscing about the days of old. Like, that all seems legit.
I think Sybil's going to speak up and just... We can't leave it trapped. Even to explore another moment's... And she just kind of stops, like she's looking for words and doesn't know how to put a thought, like, fully into being.
If you can free me before I move on to the next phase of existence, I can tell you anything about this floor. I explored it when I was living. It's the reason why the little monster made the hallways wider.
How many floors are there?
I don't know. I've only been here. But I know for sure that Little Master was in the process of building at least one more below here when I was still living. Though the walkway was too narrow for me to fit down.
Who are in the sarcophagi?
I will only answer the questions for you if you free me.
She'll look at you, Meg.
Yeah, I can't pass it off in Giant because it knows Giant too. So I'll just say in common for everybody. It's not currently in our best interest to do this without finding out what all is going on. We have to find Octavius anyways. And I don't think another 10, 15, 20 minutes is going to really counter matter much as far as waiting.
Promise every minute, every second you stay trapped, you're aware of. Even if you've been there for months, years.
I've lost touch with time. It means nothing now. But every moment of existence in this thing burns me. It peels my flesh, or at least what used to be flesh. And in this state I still regenerate. So I am forced to suffer. Not even the Little Master understands what I feel, because at least he still has some sort of us that he resides within. It is physical.
I'm going to look at Sybil and ask if she remembers how the World Breaker was held in its place, and what powers were needed to hold it in its place.
That is not the approach I was expecting you to take. Fuck. So she looks very visibly torn. Like, even as a Bloodmane is talking to her, she is just, her gaze is locked onto this being. But then her expression shifts a little bit, and it's very obvious that the words hit, and she just nods once. Doesn't say anything.
I wonder if there's any way we can test this thing's knowledge of the past to find out how long it's been here. What was the last thing you remember of the outside world? The Empyrean was here?
I don't know where here is. Up there. But where I was a land called Sharkfin Swamp near the ocean. And there was Empyrean dragon tamers who came to my people and decimated them with black dragon acid and bolts made of acid. I was wounded, but fled. I tried to get to the mountains so I could hide in the old goblin caves, but I began to die. And then the little master appeared to me before he lost his flesh. And he offered to save me. And in return I would have to assist him with building this place. So I accepted. And that is the last I remember.
I'm going to switch to Giant really briefly and speak to the troll. We will come back, and we will get to the bottom of why you are where you are. If it's any solace to you, the memory of your people, there is no more Empyrean. They are gone, and we are the ones who got rid of them.
I know. The little master, the last time I saw him, came to me excitedly because he said the World Breaker had been freed and the Empyrean was gone, and he had to leave. And when he returned, he showed me a beautiful gemstone he had taken back from somewhere that he too said he was imprisoned in at one point in his life. He was very happy to have his old stone back.
Thank you for that. Should we continue on and circle back?
Winnie will look to the troll and say, as long as we don't find any reason not to, we will come back to free you.
Please, free me. I suffer every minute of whatever this existence is. It is torment. I've already given you so much information.
I know.
Please free me.
Sybil's not trusting herself not to do something stupid, is gonna take a step back and go into the other room and kind of lean against the wall. She can still hear, but not directly see his condition.
Bloodmane's going to kind of shoot a meaningful look at Ulrich and Winfina and kind of turn, walk out of the room.
Winnie's got a pained look on her face, and as she leaves the room, she looks back over her shoulder at the troll and says again, "We will come back."
Please. Please don't leave me.
At that, I'll just be like, I can't. If I stay here any longer, I'm gonna fix the situation. I'm just gonna walk out the door now.
Winnie's gonna approach Emega out once they're out there.
From the room, as Ulrich begins to exit, you can hear.
Please. Please. God, by Bahamut. Free me. Please free me. Please free me.
Winnie's gonna look at Emig and say, "He might be able to give us more information to help us get through this. What if there's something useful? What if it's not bodies in the sarcophagi, but things we can use to help us?"
Or even if he just leaves us one creature, less creature being tortured constantly, forever.
Like, it's taking everything I've got not to help that thing.
I don't feel good about leaving him.
I agree. But remember how we got here. Remember how we got here, why we got here. I think we should continue to look around. I don't feel good about this. This is not something I would accept before, and I won't accept it now. But we don't know why he's in there, and what, if anything, he is keeping locked up by being in there. Like the World Breaker and Vaxengol. We don't know.
That's a fair fucking point.
We should at least... And she's gonna come back here. If the little master shows up, do not tell him we've been here for your sake. I'm gonna close this door so that there's no obvious signs that we were here. For your sake.
Please, no. Please. Don't leave me here. Not like this.
No, I was trying to move her, but I couldn't. Okay, there we go. So she will, she'll close, thank you. She'll close the door, and she'll say sorry to him. She'll, like, whisper that she's sorry and close the door.
So surprisingly, as soon as the door shuts, it is like a soundproof barrier. Goes completely dead silent.
If we leave it open, he might get punished, so... If Octavius gets to him before we get to Octavius. We need to move quickly, though.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's just keep moving forward and not sit and dally on it. The quicker we can get back and figure it out and make sure that he will just move on, then we can let him go.
We need to make sure, Ulrich, that you survive whatever we're going through, because you're the only one that can free him. You're the only one. I'm not poking fun. I'm not making a jab. I'm being serious.
I know. Trust me, I don't like dying, despite what everyone else might think. It's not a pastime of mine.
Well, it is a pastime of yours. It's not one you enjoy.
It's not a good pastime.
And we'd like to make it not one, especially because of the sacrifice that was made most recently to bring you back at the state you're in.
Yeah, unfortunately, my hobbies include underwater basket weaving and dying, so...
Let's get rid of that last one, and let's see if we can add saving poor tormented souls. Let's move.
Let's move.
Alright. I think we're gonna go to the door we haven't been through.
Yeah.
So just to give you guys a quick, just wanted to show this to you real quick. That, by the way, was the entity that was kind of before you. Just to give you, I forgot to actually show that when we were there, but it is, I mean, it appears to be, it's very troll-like, but the entire thing is ethereal. Also, I did not realize that I could send it quite beautifully like that in chat. That's fucking cool.
That is really cool.
The more you know.
The more you know, the more I know about Roll20.
butterfly in the sky. Okay. So
Sybil's following, but she's not offering to go forward or anything like that. She's very much trailing behind at this point. Definitely still with like the occasional glance over her shoulder and stuff. She looks also very tormented.
Yeah, Sybil, the whole being held against your will thing and like knowing there's no way out unless somebody frees you is really fucking daunting. We're not going to work ourselves back into insanity, but happy thoughts. Okay, so you guys get to this door, which was down it was the only door so far that you've found that has not been opened. And like I said before, it is a stone door. It is unlocked. There is nothing particularly special about it.
Open it shall be.
All right. All right. Whoops. Give me a sec. There we go. Okay, so this chamber is eerily quiet and completely unlit. Well, except for the light spell that's currently beaming inside of it. The east side of the room is home to 2 stone slabs on which skeletal remains lay. The west side of the chamber houses 2 small benches which have an assortment of empty bowls and long rusted tools lying on them. At the very far southern portion of the room, there is an open archway, no door, and it leads down about 10 feet and then hooks to the west.
I'll step right in so people can kind of see around me.
Okay.
As always,
There. Now the room is
be careful
bathed in
not to disturb anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same. Not touching anything necessarily, just kind of looking as we go.
Okay.
And still in pockets.
Is this skeleton humanoid?
It is humanoid.
Can we tell what race it is, or?
Make a nature check. Nah, there's nothing left on this thing connecting it. And most of the bones have been here so long that they've actually began to crumble, so it's, even with like the skull shape, it's tough to tell. Go ahead, if anybody is proficient in medicine, go ahead and give me a medicine check.
Nope.
Oh, that's nobody. Okay, man, you got... I'll leave it alone. I always bitch about it. Nobody ever learns medicine, nobody ever learns arcana. And it's like my 2 fucking things, man. Okay, so, yeah, with the 12, again, Sybil, this thing is so deteriorated. It's definitely humanoid, 100% humanoid. It is a medium-sized humanoid creature, and that's about all you can tell.
Right.
Keep moving. I mean, we haven't, like, the only one thing we've seen that's, I hate to say the word interesting, is the tortured creature in the freaking electric cage.
Fuck you, that fountain was awesome.
It was really. All right. Yeah, we just.
I'm gonna continue down the hall.
All right. So, whoever is leading the way, hall is just a standard hallway. You can tell that probably based on how far out of the way this whole little subsection is, it does appear to be leading to something else. And as you come down the hallway and look to the west again, you can see that it ends at a door about 10, 20, 35 or so feet. And it's just a stone door.
I believe I'm trapped in a stone case of emotions here.
Hang on. Oh, it's because it's because the squares are a little bit off. Yeah, so you probably have to hold down Alt, and place it. That's where you do like individual placement. Yeah, this I can see it. The squares are fucked up.
Gotcha.
Stupid fucking squares. All right, so you get to the door. It is closed. It is stone. It is uninteresting.
I can't get past the wall.
Hang on,
Oh, I
let me
can't
see.
see either.
What the fuck? Give me a second. Give me 1 sec.
I think the map's telling us we need to go and save a ghost troll.
No, I know why. It's because I have this written. I have this scripted as a corridor. There you go. I got you guys. Don't worry. Okay, now you can move yourselves.
Now we can never leave.
Sybil steps back into the wall. She's like, "Oh fuck, I'm stuck."
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead with this door.
She's heard
Alrighty.
Winnie say enough times not to stand in a line.
Okay, so the door swings open. This room is completely darkened and home to nothing other than 4 stone sarcophagi, which lie in a perfect line near the center of the room. 6 stone pillars, which creep upwards of 40 feet, hold the ceiling aloft. On the west side of the room, a single closed door stands. Alone.
Completely dark. Looks like.
Yeah, I mean there is light flooding the room because the light spell.
Right.
So yeah, but besides that, there's no ethereal blue flames in here. It's totally darkened.
Alright. I'll step into the room.
Okay.
Do the sarcophagi have any sort of adornments or anything like that, or are they just straight up stone?
So they are actually so they are stone, and on the front of them, like on the top of them, there are little like decorative plates that are up near like where the head of the body would be, and they give me one moment. So they appear to be a small golden skull. It's like the bottom half of a skull, emblazoned in gold, and the top part of it is almost like the top of a pope's crown, and then they have a single wing coming off of each side of them. You can go ahead and make a history check if you'd like. Is that him
Sensing a
screaming?
theme.
He's pissed because I'm not staying there.
Sybil and Winnie are gonna have to carry us today.
Okay.
Today?
Hey,
Hey.
Okay, so Winnie and Sybil actually. This is the ancient crest of the personal guard of Namare Kotepik the First.
Is there any chance that I might have heard any stories about this individual? Perhaps in my time, like, you know, telling stories with the troop and stuff?
I mean, as far as stories, like historical stories or like fantastical stories, because, I mean, you know, everybody knows who it is. I mean, there's a massive fucking pyramid in the middle of a desert. The dude built it, so.
Yeah, anything that he might have been known for, any tricks, anything that might give us any more insights into things we might see as we're going further in.
Let me take a look here. So you don't really know any, like, stories or, like, exploits. You know, what you know about this guy in general is that Lord Kotepik, Namari Kotepik the First, built the pyramid during the time of the first happening. The first happening. Now, we've moved past the second happening and 1,000 years past that. Okay, so this is like, over 3,000 years ago. He built it during the time of the first happening as a bastion of light and salvation for all of those who believed in the good of existence. And it is common knowledge that after his death, he was entombed deep below the sands of the pyramid, though it was done and nobody had ever heard of it. Like, in the last, 1,000-something years, nobody has ever seen or heard from anything that had to do with him except for what the stories had to say.
Do you share that with us or no?
I think she's kind of like, as she's trying to remember some of it, she's like running through old prose like quietly to herself, so Winnie being right there would probably hear it. But it's not like she had a distinctive light bulb moment. She's trying to piece things together.
Yeah, and to be clear, you two would have to at least be here to have seen those crests.
Yeah.
Well, then Ulrich would also probably hear that if he was right there. But she's trying to remember and think through things. It's not like she's actively trying to share it.
Winnie, you would have known that too, though, with your history check. I mean, that's what, like, the common knowledge of the legend of the great Namari Kotepik the First.
Okay. I still very much feel like we should not disturb the dead.
No.
And releasing that troll might do so.
He's already a disturbed dead,
Or
though.
count as a
he's
sign
one.
that we believe in the sanctity of life. Could always be a test.
Well, why don't we continue? Don't touch anything yet. We'll be able to gauge a little bit better what we can do here as we uncover more.
Open sesame.
All right. Shabam. Sorry, Kurt, I was just reading what you said. I'm glad that you got. Hopefully everybody is enjoying it, because this was many weeks worth of, like, I want to finally do, like, a dungeon thing, but I don't want to make it some bullshit no fun dungeon, you know. If it doesn't have a purpose, it doesn't have a place. All right, there we go.
It's pretty fair.
So instead you throw tortured souls at us.
It has a very, very, very specific purpose. But you haven't figured it out, so you haven't earned your place. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so you open the door, and hey, Dungeon of Hallways. It is a hallway, and it leads to another door. Let me tell you a little bit about this. Okay. Nope. Nothing exciting about this door. It is a door. The door looks almost exactly like all of the other stone doors you've seen. It doesn't even have a keyhole, so you are guessing it's probably unlocked.
Well, I'm gonna try to open it.
Guess what? It wasn't
opened
locked. Yeah. All right, so let me give you a little explanation here. The entirety of this chamber is lit by ethereal blue flame atop golden sconces. In the center of the room lays an extremely ornate golden sarcophagi. The top of the sarcophagi has been carved to look like an elven man with his arms crossed over his chest, holding 2 scepters. 4 latches keep the lid closed. Each latch is decorated with 4 flawlessly cut stones: ruby, azurite, emerald, and diamond. And that is what you see lying on top of the sarcophagi, and that little crest just above the dude's head is the same exact crest, the skull with the Pope hat and the little wings, that was on the sarcophagi in the room just before you.
All right. Well, there's the crest again.
Anybody who is interested can make either a religion or history check. Sybil and Winnie, you can make yours with advantage because of your prior success. Okay. So, Bloodmane, this is still a little bit outside of your realm of knowledge, being that you are, a person of the mountains who then took to the sea. Underground sandy tombs, not so much your jam. But Ulrich, Winnie, and Sybil, you, as you were kind of like looking around this thing and kind of like, examining it. By the way, there are 4 jars that are lying to the south of this sarcophagi. One is in the like one of the heads of it. It looks like the jar that you saw in the one room, except it's much more elaborate, much more decorative. One is the head of a snake, one is a rat, one is a cat, and one looks like a dog or a jackal or a hyena of some sort. You 3 though are absolutely convinced 100% that this is the resting place of Namare Kotepik I. This is his sarcophagi, because the face and the etching that you see there with the wings coming off the back is exactly what he wanted to exemplify when he was building this pyramid as a bastion of light to connect to this plane of Mount Celestia.
I think that's his. I know that's his sarcophagi.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Stories are true.
This is why I didn't want to touch anything.
Assume we're wanting to go down further into the pyramidal tomb.
Wanting to know, needing to, probably.
Do we go further or go deal with Troll in a cage?
And I apologize. I don't think I actually asked this. What are we hoping to find here?
He is supposed to have another one of the gems that we need.
The binding crystals.
The crystal, yeah.
In fact, we know he has it because he told the Troll. He showed it to him that he had the gemstone, his old gemstone, not when we told him that the Empyrean was gone.
He's happy. He's happy that he has it, which is even more reason to take it.
And we have found 2 of them so far.
Yes.
Yes. Halfway there. I think, right? There's 4.
Correct, there was 4.
She nods low, like she's still trying to confirm what's actually knowledge. So.
Emig, what do you think? Do we go back and... The troll can't follow us down here, we know that. He said it doesn't fit.
It's not a matter of the troll following us. It's a matter of the troll being harnessed for something else that we don't know about yet.
You think
That's what
Octavius
my
is going to
concern
tell
is.
us?
Good. We heard from a rather adamant troll that Octavius is not a totally evil, mean, malignant type person, creature, whatever Octavius does happen to be. Gnome.
The same troll that you don't trust to release, though.
The troll doesn't know why he's there. The troll doesn't even know his name, how long he's been there. You want to let that troll go? I think we're going to be doing something that we cannot undo.
But also this definitely not malignant figure that's put him in a cage of eternal torture.
From what I could tell from the cage, I think it is just designed to keep ethereal creatures from being able to do what ethereal creatures do. So it, yes, it is not a polite thing, but I don't even know if it's necessarily made for torture. It's just that because he can't pass through it is what's causing the issue. Now, granted, I'm not saying that that's a good thing, because I definitely hate it, but Emig's right. We cannot just assume we know everything, and if we release that, it could set the entire place to collapse. It could be the thing keeping this whole thing up while the tons and tons of stone on top of it are crushed down and in pieces. So
Now there's a fucking thought.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue. Let's move. Let's go. Let's stop standing around.
yep, 100% with you on that.
We will defer to your experience on this.
Before we delve, do the jars, the 4 jars, match what's on those 4 clasps or locks on the sarcophagus in here?
They don't. No, there's nothing that really draws a comparison to them. Each one of the latches has a flawless gem set into it, and there's no gem encrustment on any of encrustment. Ugh, that's fucking gross. There's no gem encrusting on any of these jars. They're very clay, and then like a hemp or a twine binding the lids with like some sort of wax around it.
No crusty gems.
Uncrustables?
Ooh, the forbidden uncrustable.
Oh, stop making it so much worse.
Oh, I hate it.
Let's go down, please.
All right, down the stairs we go. Down the stairs we go. All right, so you guys. Give me just a moment. All right. All right, so the staircase above you slips out of sight as you round the final bend. Before you, an empty stone chamber, much colder than the floor above, is illuminated by the familiar blue ethereal flames. To the northeast, a single stone door stands closed.
Well,
Second verse, same as the first.
yeah.
Do you want me to look at it again? Since we're outside of the
different floor.
familiar.
Yeah, might as well.
She walks down the stairs. She does not just jump off them.
Okay, thank God. She just like looks over and yeet.
I know, cave-like.
As Ulrich starts to get itchy, he's like, "Oh man, I don't know a good throw myself thing, a good self-yeeting." Okay, so Sybil, all right, perfect. Yep, your perception check. So interesting thing about this door compared to all the other doors that you guys had experienced upstairs is that while it is still stone in nature and pretty mundane, there is a keyhole and it is locked. However, it does not have anything funky about it trap-wise.
Oh, and she kind of just a little surprised reaches for her picks. Huh. Just in case I'm missing something else, do you want to back up a little bit?
Backing up.
Winnie backs up a lot of it.
Do you want some guidance first?
That would probably be...
Yeah, I'll pick guidance and then run away.
Okay. You whisper your prayer and then... Whoa! Get the fuck out of there. Alright. Go ahead and give me a dexterity check with your proficiency modifier, please.
Okay. So that's the same as doing a dex saving throw, so I'm just gonna roll that then. Makes things easy.
26.
Oh, plus a d4. 30.
Okay, give me 1 second though, because it says that your... Why did you have a +8 to your dex save? Because
you said dex plus my proficiency, and my dex is +4, and my proficiency is +4.
Okay, hold on. You're spitting a lot of numbers at me. Let me just double check something. Okay, so that would have been... Okay, yep, that does make sense. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, if the 26 didn't get it, the 30 definitely got it. This was not a very tough door to pick. As the adamantine tools kind of slip in, you find essentially like what is a lock that would have been probably, especially like with your experience with lock picking, this would have been like somebody in Zlaneshi that lived in like an upper middle class neighborhood and made like, 150 gold a year. Like that would be it, which is still pretty fucking terrible. So the door, I mean, pops, you pop the lock like it's nothing.
And she just steps back a little bit. Not the most well-constructed lock that I've seen. Interesting, not what I would have expected.
Well, things have been changed since the original creation of this place, so.
Oh, here's a weird question. How well maintained was it? This has been potentially untouched for a long period of time. Was there any rust, degradation, anything like that to it?
Yeah, the locking mechanism itself seemed like it was pretty rusty. It is a little bit more damp down here as well, compared to that first tier or that first floor. And it's still usable. It's still functioning. It appears that more than likely somebody has either oiled, repaired, or just maintained this specific lock over the years because, yeah, everything else around it is so worn down and ancient that this should have just been a hole, essentially in the door.
She will share that.
Okay, so, yeah. At least the troll story is kind of sticking to what we're seeing. Emig, do you want to open it, or would you like me to?
I can do that.
All right.
I'm gonna try before we go through, even though it's stone, I'm gonna try to listen at the door first.
Okay, give me a perception check. Nah, It's cold. It's Cold Stone. Cold Stone Creamery, baby.
Cold
Oh,
stone.
now
Creamery.
I'm.
Alright.
No.
I'm sorry. I fucked up.
I don't even think I have one of those near me.
Oh.
Well, I'm gonna cream this door open.
Oh, okay. Door swings open creamily, and before I'm uncomfortable. So yeah, there's a 20-foot hallway in front of you. The wall construction here and the floor construction. So excuse me. The wall construction is very similar to what you saw upstairs. The floor construction, I don't know if you guys can actually tell the difference here, appears to be flagstone. Just large pieces of stone that have been set in and mortared into the ground. It is not marble like what upstairs was. At least so far.
All right, let's keep on moving.
Can you guys even get through that or no? Probably not.
Nope.
Yeah,
No.
it was one of those things where I know that that's not the right marching order, but I'm making sure you can. Oh god, stop moving. If I'm moving, you just don't move. Okay, there we go. All right, good. All right, so in front of you, as you round the corner, you see about 15 feet of nothingness except hallway, and then another door. Again, mundane.
Is this one locked? Does it have a locking mechanism? On
It does not have a locking mechanism on it.
Unless anybody has ideas or objections, I'll go ahead and open it. Anybody?
Nope.
Don't get too trusting, but
All right, so the door swings open.
Ah, no.
So, the center of this room is home to a massive orange eyeball set into the ground and held in place by large stones. As the door creaks open, the stones making the eyelids of this eyeball slam shut momentarily before opening again. The eye, once opened again, is now facing, or once was now facing directly up, is now staring directly at the door that opened, and it blinks once more.
I did not see that coming.
Take a fucking DM inspiration, that's hilarious.
I'm hilarious.
Aye.
I don't
Okay, settle down.
Look, you're gonna guys start throwing puns out there. You know I'm gonna follow. it.
I know. I knew it was coming.
Channeling my inner Alpha 5.
Mm-hmm.
Is it moving at all? Is it wet? Is it?
So
blinking?
it does appear to be moistened, and it does as it is now currently tipped to the side and facing you at the door. Every once in a while, it does blink.
Ulrich. Okay.
What is it? What do you guys see up there?
I'm gonna try to talk at it.
Okay.
Hello.
It blinks. Bloodman, give me a nature check, by the way.
Winnie, can you help me?
I mean,
Gonna need a lot more than that, buddy.
Yeah, so you can confirm that this is an eyeball. It is fucking massive, and it belonged to a creature that was very big.
Can you understand what I'm saying? Blink twice for yes, or once for no.
It blinks.
that would mean that it does understand you if it's a no.
Oh, got it. I'm gonna just kind of look back and probably look at a loss with
I could-
whatever Emic's face can do, I guess.
I can try to summon something into the room to see if it's hostile.
I
The
mean, I
idea
don't
of
know what
summoning-
it'll
We just
do,
try
bump
and,
us to
like-
death.
Skirt.
Hold on, what?
Hold on, everyone's talking. I'll shut up.
Ulrich, go.
I think we should just. That wasn't on purpose. Don't
Ah.
I think we should just move on. Like, I don't. That's a big no. Like, that was not on my bingo card for dungeon exploration for today, so I think we can just move forward.
Okay, Sybil?
The act of summoning could be construed as a hostile action. I'm very much with Ulrich of let's ignore it, not touch it, and move on.
Emig?
Yep.
Okay.
And we
I'll
should.
take a tentative step into the room before anybody else does.
I'm gonna sheath my dagger so I'm not carrying weapons near this thing.
Okay. As Bloodmane enters, it just refocuses a little bit and continues to follow him. Blink.
What does the door look like over here?
It
Same
looks.
kind of deal?
Yep, it looks like the same kind of door that you saw that led into this room. It does not appear to have a locking mechanism, and it is closed.
I'm gonna kind of motion to everybody to kind of stay back, and I'm going to go and try that door.
Okay. As Bloodmane kind of like takes a step forward, the eyeball kind of like follows him. It blinks, and then as it blinks again, and it closes and vanishes, and then when it reopens, it's focused on the door again, looking at Sybil. Okay, so the door opens. It's nothing fancy. And there's about a 20-foot hallway of cold flagstone and cobblestone walls and another closed door that looks, again, similar to what you guys are looking at here. And there does not appear to be a locking mechanism on that one either.
Yeah, let's just move on.
All right.
Nothing to see here.
Waiting for Emig to give us the signal.
I feel like we're walking into this thing's nose from its like throat, just the way the map is laid out. It's so weird.
Ew, gross. Yeah, it is fucking weird, isn't it?
It's like
The
a weird
most messed up
fucking
episode
duck
of
or
Magic
something.
School Bus I've ever been on.
I'm going to, I guess, motion at everybody and take a step through into the hallway.
Okay. All right, Ulrich. Disregard. I'm going to move Winnie up a little bit, but I'm going to have her do something when she gets back. You guys can continue to move on towards that door if you would like.
While we are waiting for Winnie, I plugged in a custom skill, which is just Dex plus proficiency, and I want to try it just to make sure it works properly with like reliable talent.
Looks good.
Yep. Okay, that should work. Okay.
Perfect. That's actually
That we want.
that's a really good fucking point. I actually forgot. I even in Candace's campaign on Sundays, I had to create a custom skill for the fucking pistols. So that's a really, really, really good thing to note that you can do custom skills. Thank you.
I did it for not making Doc angry with Aurora.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh.
right. I forgot about that.
Only this time I have proficiency, which is nice.
All right. So, Winnie, as you enter, the eyeball, by the way, as each one of you respectively enters the room, the eyeball kind of like follows you to the door and then snaps back to the next person and then blinks and snaps back to the next person. Winnie, as you enter, give me a nature check, please.
Oh, it was almost a 20. It's
Okay.
only a 12.
Disregard.
Winnie's actually going to keep her eye on it. She's going to like back into the hallway and keep her eye on the eye as she's...
Okay. All right. So yes, you have reached the door. The door. It is mundane in nature, or so it appears. I'm assuming, Bloodman, that you're just doing your thing.
Call me the doorman.
Knock, knock, motherfucker. All right. So, one moment, please. This chamber is home to an extremely varied collection of stuffed and mounted creatures, including pigs, wild boars, deer, elk, a tiger, and most impressively, an adult red dragon. The room is lit with ethereal blue flames and copper sconces, and a single closed door sits at the northern end of the room. Give me just one moment. You guys can enter, do whatever you want to do, but... You guys all panicked as a motherfucker. You know what's... never mind, I'll tell you later, but yeah, this is hilarious. I'm glad that you are freaking out a little bit.
Oh, we're freaking out a lot. I wouldn't...
I will step in.
Okay. It is what it is. You are staring at the head of what was at one point in time a full-blown adult fucking red dragon. And these have been professionally taxidermied to a degree that is almost unbelievable. Like, you can still see the glistening of the dragon's scales in the ethereal blue light.
Winnie, in all of her vegan glory, is looking around in absolute horror at this trophy room.
All right. Yeah, it's pretty atrocious. As you guys enter and begin to kind of like look around, because it is actually, it's really fucking impressive in all reality. Ulrich. You, as you walk in and start to kind of do a once-over, you glance from giant head to giant head, and you're like, that's kind of awkward that there's a pig, you know, flanking a tiger, but you're like, whatever, I guess we've seen weirder. There's a giant eyeball in the room before. At the very southern end of the room, there is a panel on the wall that is about 5 feet, and it's right there. It is very clearly under your eye, discolored to a degree that is noticeable compared to all of the other stone you've seen so far.
All right, I'm gonna go look at it and let everyone know too.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check. So you, as you're kind of like looking at the wall, you're like, holy shit. Now you can see clear as fucking day. There is a very, very small separation in the brickwork that goes up about 7 of the 10 feet that make up the room and come back down. It's a fucking doorway. But you cannot see you don't see any clear way of opening it. Oh, we can't hear you.
Forgot.
Oh, okay.
I was like, oh yeah, push to talk. I'm gonna ask Sybil to see if she can see anything that I'm missing as I point out like the clear doorway that's there.
I can take a look. Does Bahamut have any guidance?
Yep. Didn't guide myself like a moron, but you know,
That's all
I'm
right.
here to guide. I'm here to guide others, not myself.
You guide yourself to certain death, so...
You know, you know,
This
I got
is not a great skill for me, so we're gonna see how this goes.
Yeah, give me an investigation check and go ahead and do it with... Oh, fuck, that's not bad. You can throw the d4 on there if you want. Absolutely beautiful. So the DC was 15, so that was great. So, Sybil, as you are glancing over this panel in the wall, yeah, holy shit, he's right. It is clear as fucking day. There's a door here. Period. End of story. It's not fancy, but it's very well hidden. Like, you and Winnie and Bloodmane all walked past it. It was only one out of the four of you who even realized something was afoot. As you are kind of like, you know, manipulating the area around the wall, about 4 feet off the ground and about a foot in, you notice that there is a brick that has a similar discoloration. As you kind of touch the brick, whereas a brick sits like this, okay, it kind of like tilts outwards, revealing what is on the inside, a small bronze lever that is currently in the back position.
Ulrich, do you see that?
Just see if he points it out or.
Oh yeah, it's clear as day. I mean, she literally, as she was touching, the whole brick just went, and there's a lever inside.
Yeah, I sure do.
Okay.
How are we feeling on the lever pulling?
Don't stand in front of the dragon if we're pulling levers, please.
I already kind of broke the don't touch it rule, but it was a brick.
And to be fair, it was a brick that only required the lightest of touch to manipulate. It popped right open.
And it was more of a light breeze than a real touch anyway.
Alright, before we explore that, let's kind of maybe check this room out. I want to make sure there aren't any switches or anything under this animal skin rug.
Okay.
Moving the rug?
Definitely don't want to step on it without knowing what's underneath it.
Sure. So you kind of take hold of the rug. As you touch it, make a nature check. Oh, fucking beautiful. Yeah, so this is actually a mountain roaming bison. This is a bison that you recognize very clearly because it came from the mountains your people originally hailed from. Like, this is what you used as beasts of burden, as well as milk providers, as well as meat providers. And for it to be here, it would have died in 2 days up on the fucking surface.
That is unusual.
But you grab onto it, you give it a tug. The rug kind of scoots to the side and reveals flagstone floor. Nothing special underneath it.
I'll respectfully put it back.
Feels nice. Like, as you touch the fur, you're like, fuck. And actually, as you are kind of touching the fur and putting it back, somebody has taken very great care to continually moisten and oil this thing. Its fur still has the texture on it as if it were alive.
This is like somebody's sitting room.
Like somebody spends time in here on purpose.
Yeah, this beast, this is from my home in the mountains. My old home, my original home. In this place, it shouldn't last so long. It's been maintained this way.
Well, alright, shall we?
Yeah, I want to look at the obvious door before we move on anywhere or do anything.
Yeah, so the northern door is strangely made of wood. This is the first time you've seen a wooden door down here, but this door is made of wood. It looks like the wood has been treated with a heavy variety of oils and waxes, as it has a really odd texture to it, very like wet looking texture, and it has kind of an aroma to it that makes it smell like pine sap. But besides that, there's no obvious locking mechanism, and yeah.
I'm gonna look at Winnie before I do anything here. I kind of want to knock on this door and see if anybody's home. I feel like we're in somebody's living room almost.
Maybe we should move the rest of the party over here then.
Okay.
This is not a decision I'll make on my own. This is a party decision. It's just a thought.
Before Sybil walks away, she's gonna very gently just move the brick back.
Okay.
Before she walks away, taking a mental note of exactly which brick it was before she does so. So, you know, it's less obvious that she was fucking with the probable secret door. Do you want me to look at that one?
I might as well look at it. It's also maintained very well. This has to be done often, I think, in this climate, for it to last like it has.
Is that wood?
It is wood.
Weird. Okay, move over, please.
You big lug.
I'll bow and move out of the way.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
I'm so good at those. I was hoping you were gonna say perception.
Well,
never
I mean,
mind.
I guess my question is, what would you like to perceive? You can see it's a door and it's unlocked. So at this point, you're investigating for traps, right?
Yeah, we're good.
No, it's just a wooden. It's a door like any door that you've seen before, except it's made of wood instead of stone, and well treated and smells like pine sap. It is out of place for sure, but it does not look trapped.
I'm gonna raise a hand up like I'm going to knock. I'm gonna look at everybody, just to make sure.
Yep.
I'm gonna step
That's
to
a
the
yes
side.
from Sybil. I'm going to knock on the door.
Okay, you knock on the door. It kind of echoes throughout this quiet chamber, and you can kind of hear an echo on the other side of the door. Doesn't seem to be a response.
Okay, nobody's home. Let's go.
Which thing? We still have a now hidden lever and this well-maintained pine sap treated, finely crafted wooden door.
I like secrets. Do you guys like secrets?
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
I don't know anymore.
I think
We
Winnie's broken.
We can go back south since that's the first place we found if that's how we want to do things. However,
Why don't we open this one, see what's on the other side, and then go south?
I like that idea. My bet's on
Okay.
a hallway.
And if it's a hallway, that's good. We could shut the door, check out the lever, and then come back.
okay.
Okay. I'm going to try this door.
The door opens with ease.
Have any of these doors squeaked at all? Is they open?
No, they haven't because they've been made of stone. But as this one opens up, it is actually very well oiled. You can see the iron hinges that kind of attach it to the stone wall actually have almost like a heavy sappy material in them, and it opens silently. And you guys see a 20-foot hallway that cuts sharply to the west.
I'm going to turn to the others and
And just so you know, there is a blue flame flickering from the direction of the turn.
I'll pull the lever.
My vote is shut the door. Let's go pull the lever, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
I should probably pull the lever in case something does happen. I probably have the best bet of getting out of the way.
I will stand off to the side just in case.
Okay. So it's easy enough to find the lever. You knew exactly where it was, and now that you guys have all been pointed out, like, look, this is where the discoloration is. It's like, holy shit! It would have taken a perceptive eye to find it, but once you see it, you know it's there. So with that being said, you flip or you push the brick open.
I left my perceptive eye in the other room.
All right. So, as you pull the lever into the forward position, there is an audible as the wall slides to the side. A second wall opposing you, after the first wall has completely slid to the side, slides to the side as well, revealing the room to the south. Let me know if you choose to enter.
Is that just a hallway in between, or is that?
Yep, just
like...
a little like 5-foot entryway that gets you from point A to
Okay,
point B.
I was gonna say it looks like a pit.
It does look kind of like a pit. Definitely not a pit. Nope.
I feel like maybe we should try to prop something in the doorways so that we can't get trapped.
Well, from what I can see, I don't see any other doors in there, and this seems like the type of room we would go into if we wanted to mess with things. And that's not what we're here for.
I'm just gonna.
Cool with going and checking it out.
I'm like, can I go? You want me to go poke my head in there, or you want me to stay on the outside?
You stay out.
Yeah, I kind of figured that's why I asked and didn't just do it.
Why don't we give, like, a little bit of a count in case it does shut so we can reopen the door? So, like, if somebody goes in, the door shuts, we give it, like, a 10-second thing, reopen it, just so that they can see.
Can we see? Is the lever still visible on this side, or?
Yeah, it's not like it vanished.
Yeah.
Okay.
You either you pull it forward or push it backwards. It's two options, open and closed.
Winnie will take the bag of holding off and hand it over to Emig.
Okay.
I will go in.
I may have to move you in there.
Okay.
Why you?
Because you have you, and you have healing, and you have the lock picker. If I get stuck.
You're an archdruid, and you're gone. Okay. Be
She
safe.
steps in. Okay, so as the door to this room slides into the wall, two blue ethereal flames spring to life in the southeastern and southwestern corners. This room appears to be mostly untouched, and has been so sealed off from the rest of the dungeon that you can still smell fresh wood among the number of stacked boxes, crates, and chests that line the walls. Several shelves affixed to the walls house trinkets, small ornate boxes, and flasks. The northwestern wall is home to a large golden statuette of a creature with bat-like wings and a long tail with a scorpion-like stinger, coated completely in gold. The creature's face is contorted in extreme agony, and its tiny claws extend above its head as if it were grasping for the sky. Candace, give me a nature check, and... that is what the statue looks like.
Yeah, I left all of my good rolls before the break, I guess. Oh, that is terrifying. Okay.
Yeah, you're not entirely sure what the creature is, but that's what you see. Along with the bat wings, and it's got like a long scorpion-like tail, and it's completely encased in gold, and it's sitting on top of a crate.
Sorry, I was just taking notes. Okay, there's a weird statue in here. The doors stayed open, right? Behind me.
Yeah. Yep, doors are open.
I think if someone else wants to come in, we should be fine. I don't really want to touch anything without.
Alright, I'm gonna go in.
Okay, you enter. It's the room that I just explained. Nothing changes as you enter. Oh,
Can you move me in there?
yeah, I got you.
Yeah, this looks like someone's hidden vault.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to like ask for the gemstone. We probably shouldn't poke it here.
I'm not sure. So we don't trust doors, but we're trusting Octavius. I don't think he's gonna just hand it over.
Oh no, but it should be the first attempt. I'm
Sure.
not saying it's gonna work. You silly? No. It's a hope.
Yeah, I guess we know this is here now and how to get into it. You know,
Yeah.
if things do go south with him.
We can head back to the South Vault.
And assuming it was the magical eye was watching us, if things suddenly get disturbed in here and he has a way of telling, that will completely destroy any chances of goodwill we do have.
Yeah, maybe this would even be proof that there's goodwill because we're not stealing his stuff.
Yep. Okay. Let's head back down the corridor.
Okay.
And at worst, we can always find some parchment and write a note for the eye to see.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm gonna shut the door
Okie dokie.
when they're out safely, clarifying that.
Now.
All right. Door closes.
I mean, I guess if you want to keep me safe, just lock me in the vault.
Aww.
I'll be safe till at least tomorrow, and then I'll just teleport back home. But you know,
Okay. What do you guys want to do?
Back up north.
Yep.
Yep,
I'm gonna go
yeah.
down to the end of that hallway. The corner, I guess.
Okay. So yep, you guys go up, and as you move towards the edge. You guys find, yes, you guessed it, another hallway. And the hallway ends with another wooden door. This one, however, is much more ornate than the door you saw prior, but it is still very clearly coated with heavy waxes and oils, and this whole hallway just stinks like pine sap.
gonna try and
There
knock it.
is a locking mechanism on that door.
Should we try knocking again?
I was like, yeah, maybe knock first before.
Yeah. I'll go
Do
up
we
and I'll
want
knock
to look at it before we knock?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, you
that's
can give it
fine.
a once over.
Pardon me. Shift and pass. There we go. Ulrich. Oh wait, never mind. There's blue lights. Ignore that.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a perception check to once over the door. Ooh, nat 1. That's okay, though. How the fuck did you end up with a 17 on a nat 1?
Reliable talent.
Just can't roll
17
less
is the
than a
lowest
10.
I can get.
Oh, okay. Well, 17 it is.
Really useful.
Yeah, nothing really special about this door except for the fact that it is locked. Definitely closed, definitely locked. And the keyhole and mechanism is very well put together.
If you want to knock, go ahead, I suppose, but it is definitely locked.
I will go ahead and knock.
Okay. You knock. Silent on the other side.
Alright. I'll look to Sybil and I will move out of her way.
She's already reaching for her picks.
And guidance.
Holy shit.
Hey.
Never mind, not needed.
Worse than the last time. Somehow.
So, odd thing about this door and in its locked state, it looks like somebody partially locked it, like and like pulled the key out too soon, because as soon as your picks touch it, it just pops open.
Door's unlocked. She steps back again. It's starting to look like a dance between E-Megan and Sybil.
Sybil has a little better footwork, I must admit.
Now.
Rude.
All right, gonna ignore that, and I'm gonna try to open this door.
All right,
See, I
so
told you, we're in somebody's house.
so this room. This is an oddly This chamber is oddly comfortable considering where you are. It's adorned with 2 wooden benches on the northern wall, flanking an ornate purple and gold velvet fainting couch, and a nearly 10-foot tall gold-trimmed mirror. The southern wall is home to a single wall-mounted candle holder with a burning candle atop it. Burning candle, not an ethereal blue flame. A bed, fit for a king, rests in the southwestern corner of the room. The wall to the north of the bed is home to a wood-framed oil painting of an elderly gnomish man with a huge smile across his face. A blue dragon wormling sits on his right shoulder. Near that picture, an awkwardly placed marble pedestal rises up roughly 4 feet. A golden skull sits on top of the pedestal. And this is the picture that is on the wall.
Question.
Yes.
Does the statue in the room, the room of reflection upstairs, look like this guy?
Does the statue in the room of reflection upstairs look like this guy? Make an intelligence check. Tough to tell. You can draw any. Here's my point. You can draw any comparison you want.
Okay, so he's not here that we know of, unless he is the statue upstairs or the troll in the cage, both of which are definitely possible based on our past experiences. However, he does have that eye out there, and if it's scrying, maybe we can ask him to come home so we can discuss taking the thing he's most excited about right now.
Sybil's gonna kind of look to Ulrich. Do you?
You need to move your character.
Send a message to him? We have a name. We have a face. I don't entirely know how your magic works, you or Winnie, but
I don't think that a picture and a face would be considered something that I am familiar with. I think I have to have actually physically met them. I might be wrong, but...
You don't have a definitive on this. You know for a fact that this spell works way easier when you have seen the person, but you have a portrait that you can assume is him, and you have a name. So you can fucking try. Just, it might not work.
I mean, I am more than willing to give it a shot.
well, maybe Bahamut would look favorably on it. He shrugs very awkwardly.
So yeah, I'll give it a try.
Okay. So you mutter your incantation. And you perform the sending spell, looking at the portrait and whispering the name. What name do you whisper?
Octavius.
Okay. Go ahead and roll percentile dice for me and call it high or low, your choice.
I'm gonna call hi.
Okay. Wow.
Sevens is my theme today. Like literally.
shit. Okay, so you feel the spell go through, and you feel the spell connect. That familiar static.
I'm going to say, good Master Octavius. I believe we have stumbled upon your home and would like to speak with you in regards to possible business with each other.
There's a moment, there's a pause, a long pause. It makes you actually feel like the spell has not connected appropriately, but you feel the connection still there. And then suddenly, there's this shift, and you just hear.
Was I not supposed to understand anything from that? Because I didn't. Just making sure.
No, you didn't understand a goddamn thing. It was just gargled, screaming, and coughing and gasping.
Okay. Don't like that.
And then you feel the spell end.
Well, something responded. There was some gargling, gasping, screaming. No intelligible words.
That seems weird.
But that means he's alive. Or existing. Not necessarily alive. That's a weird choice of words. He's on this plane, maybe? But I definitely made a connection. It wasn't easy. It was weird, but...
Okay.
You guarantee you made a connection with the right being?
Nope. I am not 100% sure on that at all.
He's not wrong.
Because I'm not familiar with him, I've never heard his voice. I mean, not like I would have understood anything that came out from the burbling and screaming that I heard.
So
But this
you
place
heard.
has especially become a house of horrors in my head. So, not the worst one we've been at, mind you.
Did it sound like gurgling like he's drowning, or gurgling like he got his throat slit?
I haven't studied the nuances of death as much. I don't know. It didn't sound. It didn't sound.
I mean, it's
earthly.
different. Two different gurgly sounds. One is you are surrounded by something, and the other is you are choking on something.
Make a medicine check, Ulrich.
Sybil looks like she's completely following what Winnie's saying here.
That's a good fucking medicine check. It sounded like it sounded like the voice was surrounded by something, not that it had had its throat slit. It was not choking.
Yeah, I think it was surrounded by something.
Okay. There's a fountain upstairs. Maybe that fountain is serving a purpose other than providing a water source. Maybe he's stuck in it?
You said conjuration. Is that something that could conjure a prison of water?
Well, I mean, if you have somebody stuck underneath non-stop running water, it's a prison of water.
Yes, but he was still alive. Otherwise, this spell wouldn't
Well, he's
work.
not. We're using the term alive. He may not be alive.
He is in existence at present. Perhaps underneath the fountain. I'm pretty convinced it's the fountain.
You
until we
do
prove it.
realize the things you encounter are not normal. Yes?
Absolutely.
You've been saying this since it wasn't you. We know.
Again, another unnormal encounter.
Alright. Well, this is the first time I'm saying it. And being here in person does not make it any more normal.
Just avoid
go.
deserts and seaweed right now.
We are in a desert.
You are under a desert.
Don't walk away from us.
Desert.
Let's honestly, let's go back upstairs.
Let's go
Open
stick our
fountain.
hands in a magic fountain and see
we
if
not
we can
wanna
find an
At
Octavius.
least check this room out first. I mean, we're already down here.
The
I
only
figured
voice of
since-
fucking reason.
We were knocking on doors. I didn't think we wanted to intrude completely. We can certainly look.
I think we might as well look. I want to check out this mirror for sure. See what's going on.
You said something about a figure trapped in gold, like that sort of thing? Or could it have been a figure trapped in gold?
I mean, there's no. Look at what there was a giant eyeball a couple rooms ago. I'm not gonna knock down any of your ideas. It's certainly possible. What I will say is that the statue in that room, or the creature in that room, did not look like a gnome, but it doesn't mean it's not him because maybe he's not a gnome. Let's deal with this room first, and then we can move on to the next thing.
Okay. You enter the room.
Sybil's gonna very specifically stand guard watching the hallway behind us because now she's a little weirded out.
Now.
Oh, now she's worried.
Now.
Oh, now.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
not the old Sybil. This one took a few hours.
So this this candle, does it look like it's actively burning down?
Yeah, so you approach the candle and you look at it. It looks like a normal candle. You kind of put your hand over it, and even you putting your hand over it, the flame kind of moves back and forth a little bit, and as you rest it over the top, it's hot and wax is dripping down the side. It is a lit candle.
Well, unless this thing is magical, somebody lit this, possibly recently.
So maybe we do need to move with haste, because if he's currently drowning and hasn't been for a long time, I want to, I don't know if we want to save this guy. I should just stop talking.
We should at least start by trying to save a life if needed. Let's go. We know where the brick levers and everything else are, so we can come back if we're wrong.
Does anything look odd about this mirror?
Make a perception check. And anybody who's looking at anything, you guys know how it usually goes. Just put yourself where you are and tell me what you're looking at. As you kind of look the mirror over, you don't notice a whole lot. I mean, it's definitely a mirror. It's fucking fancy, and it's definitely out of place. Winnie, what was that for?
The mirror, sorry.
The mirror. So as Emig is kind of looking at it and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, kind of confused because it doesn't make sense. Winnie, you kind of approach it, and as you do so, the light of the candle glints off of Bloodmane's greatsword and catches the mirror just slightly to glimmer, and you see something's on the other side of the mirror. There's something behind there, clearly.
She'd move in closer and try to.
Make an Arcana check.
And as she's doing that, she's gonna say, "There's something on the other side of this mirror." Oof. Hey, Ulrich.
Yeah, something's not right about it for sure.
Emig, Ulrich, just look right there. See if you can figure it out.
She kind of points where the glint happens. Go ahead and make Arcana checks for anybody who's looking at it.
I'm gonna guide myself.
Okay. God damn.
Hey,
All right. So as Winnie points out where that glint happened, Bloodmane moving forward naturally removes the glint, and as that happens, Bloodmane and Ulrich, clear as fucking day, you know it's not a fucking mirror, it's an illusion, and you see a staircase on the other side leading down.
There's a staircase here leading down.
Yeah, the mirror's an illusion, I think. Pretty sure 90%. And I go out and I try to poke at the mirror.
As you touch it, there's a ripple of energy that kind of ripples out like water, and your finger goes right through. Very clearly an illusion. And then as you pull your finger back through, the ripple kind of goes in reverse and then re-solidifies and looks like a mirror again.
Okay, so we know our next step. Steps down.
Yep. He did say there was possibly at least another layer under here. So
Okay, but are we fountain drowning checking?
You might be
or-
drowning down here.
Uh,
You might not be
I-
drowning at all.
I defer to your experience.
Oh boy.
oh yeah, no, that's a
Oh,
bold
mama,
statement
no.
right there. It's a bold move, Cotton.
Yeah. Yep. So, I guess we need to go down the stairs.
Yep.
Also, come to think of it, I am fairly certain that most of you are now considered my superiors, so most of them have been helping your army.
It's your army too. You weren't there, but it was the likeness of you. It was you were.
That's too confusing. It hurts my head.
People's army comrades.
Ulrich, when you were over on before when he called you, were you looking at this
Yeah.
at the pedestal? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Well, they used the good one already.
Always said the good surprise on you.
Or not.
Hey, there it is.
God damn, a nat 20. All right. So as you were looking at it, you noticed. I mean, it does. It's a skull. It's a golden skull. I mean, that's about. I can't make it any more plain than that. However, as you kind of like, because you're like, nah, there's got to be something else about this bitch. As you go back over it, you can see small ingrained arcane script that coats the jaw of the skull, which, as you read the script in your head, it appears to be enchanted by some sort of animation magic. Though it is currently inert, you know that the enchantment's there.
An alarm clock. Yeah, and after I've like poked at the mirror and turned around, I'm gonna be like, there is also some enchantment on that skull over there. It looks like it's not active at the moment, but there's something.
All right, and that's where we're going to end today's session. So we will pick up next time. I actually have it in my game notes to pick up at the enchanted skull. So I think that is a solid 4 fucking hours. I'm not gonna lie, it actually cracks me up. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 encounters that you guys just said, now we don't want to deal with it, we're gone. I was like, holy fuck. Not combat, by the way, just things.
Yeah.
And I was like, man,
Bam,
I might as
bam.
well have just made a
Well-
fucking dungeon where you guys we could just have a running contest.
Here's the thing, though. If or when we discover that this asshole is truly an asshole, it's gonna change things a little bit. But we're the good guys, so we don't want to.
Well, oh, now you're the fucking good guys. Okay, it took me fucking with you. I had to fuck with you for 3 years with hags before you became the good guys.
Yeah, now we're terrified of everything.
You should be, because you became bad guys. Remember, do we want to talk about what
No, I
happened to the Hill
don't. No,
Giants?
Nope. I don't.
No.
Also, we realized.
Why do you
we
think I was trying to learn ceremony?
oh.
And we can always loot on the way out.
Sure.
I didn't say anything about looting, but you do what you gotta do.
I did.
I know.
I'm a rogue.
That's true.
I have nothing left.
I have nothing left to lose.
I hate this place.
It's pretty cool, though.
Dibs on the
It's
dragon
really
head.
Oh,
cool.
Voting.
Yeah, right.
I'm voting for
know.
not looting the terrifying golden statues, though. Those can stay in perpetuity here.
If I wasn't Winnie, I'd argue with you. That.
Hey, at least the taxidermy heads weren't still alive.
True that, though.
We hope.
Is anybody gonna eat that eyeball?
I was waiting for somebody to do something with it. I was like, nothing throws a group off by just being like, there's a random organ in the
I literally
floor.
thought about walking over it to create water to give it eye drops. Just over its head.
That would have been awesome.
Put dry down here.
My plan C or D is still
Ma'am,
to write something
ma'am.
on a piece of parchment and hold it up to the eyeball as a way of communicating.
That's awesome. Communicate with us in Morse code blinks, please. All right, guys, we got to go get the kids squared away, and we got to start getting dinner prepped here. But we will see you all in 2 weeks' time. Kat will see you tomorrow, and
Finally.
yeah, I know, no shit. Yeah, it's been a weird 2 weeks, let me tell you. Yeah, but if you guys have any questions or need anything from me in the meantime, shoot me a message. And we should, I believe Lucy is back 100% for the next time. I think he's back on like the 18th or the 19th, so he should be here for the next one, and I will do what I can to work him back in, so.
Oh no, he's gonna try and eat the eyeball.
That's the problem, right? There's a lot of time that, yeah, we'll see what happens. You guys go back up and he's like, I free troll. He keeps screaming. As the whole place starts to shake and collapse. No, I'm just kidding. All right. We'll see you guys soon.
That was not the note you needed to leave us on.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. He's not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
My Thursday D&D game ended right before the holidays.
we are
ended on the
going to
cliffhanger of
we'll be back.
my
Guys, give me just 1 second. I'm going to send a raid
mother
over.
now is a
to
withered corpse getting
Tizen.
tossed aside.
Actually,
And
no,
then he was
we'll send it
"And
to
that's where
Tech.
we're gonna end.
Tech is day streaming. Like a bitch.
So,
Tell him I
cliffhangers.
said that too.
They suck. Also, now that character's a warlock.
At least it wasn't the we're all dust. Me and you were dusted hand cliffhanger.
All right, guys, we'll see you tonight for regular stream. We're doing our normal thing.
I'm gonna take off. Have a great day.
All right, guys, we'll see you soon.
Bye.
And my friends here,
Keep an eye on my my Twitch. I was playing around with OBS
my friends in
yesterday,
stream
and
here.
I think I have things set up.
We'll see you
So,
guys soon.
maybe
We'll
this
see you
week,
tonight. I'll be
if my
posting about that.
headaches
I'm going to be
are
playing some
completely gone
Cyberpunk.
by then.
Nerdy Nuts is going to be playing some Baldur's Gate and hunting for Gortash. Hopefully getting to encounter Gortash. She's getting real close to the end
I've
of this
got
game.
Baldur's Gating to do.
All right, guys, we'll see you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.